Oliver, Chris.
Please.
Go Portugal. Only listen to all the questions.
Yes,
I control all the time.
and the speakers.
How's Tekla would help you? Be careful of my Tekla. Okay. Exactly. No. Tekla, you are perfect. That's it. Don't Tekla will take over. Yes. Τώρα, με τις τέτοιες που θα
How many tones of
Yeah, we'll see.
Α, και το τουράλι.
Antonella, which project are you busy?
secreturo. Okay. You know the script. You have the latest version. I don't know. Mine is old. Yes, yes.
Welcome, everybody. Thank you for joining us today. So this first session is the session dedicated to the Tural project. And we can start with the first speaker, Vicky Druga, with Tural, Approach to Sustainable Development of Tourist Destinations.
Good morning, everyone. Bonjour. Welcome to the third day of the conference from me as well. I'm very happy to start the Tural special session, the development of cultural and creative tourism in rural and remote areas. So I will present the Tural approach, focusing on how multidimensional tourism model, this is the UCCST you see there, can support sustainable and balanced environment in rural and remote areas, with a particular emphasis on the underwater cultural and natural heritage. So this work is fully funded by the Horizon Europe program, as you can see. The project is still ongoing. It started in 2024 and it's ending this year. The consortium is comprised of 20 partners. We are 11 non-profit organizations and public authorities that are that emerged from the two macro regions of the project, the Black Sea, from the countries of Bulgaria, Romania, and Ukraine, and also from the Adriatic Ionian macro region, from the countries of Greece, Croatia, and Italy. We also have 3 European universities and research institutions. The coordinator is CERT, the Center for Research and Technology, Hellas. And we also have Atlantis, which I also represent, the only SME, and more non-profit public research institutions and local stakeholders. Tural is being demonstrated in 6 diverse pilot sites. They're really diverse, believe me, across Europe and the associated regions. So in the Adriatic Ionian, we have Simoni, island of Pag. In Italy, we have the Teramo province, and in Greece, we have the North Sporades, with 2 islands, Skopelos and Alonissos. And in the Black Sea macro region, we have Nesebar. In Bulgaria, in Romania, we have the Danube Delta and the Tulcea county. And then in Ukraine, we have Kotsuru. So the Tural concept focuses on tourism as a driver of rural development. The key is rural. That was the concept, tourism and rural areas. So regions that are usually rich in cultural natural assets, but unfortunately, as we all know, they face structural challenges. You can see underdeveloped infrastructures, lack of sustainable development beyond the original and traditional sectors. And unfortunately, there is also absence of employment opportunities, for example, brain drain. The youth usually never stays on the village. They migrate to local or national urban clusters, or even worse, abroad. So as you can see, you can easily understand, as a result of these challenges, many regions, rural regions, approach tourism, and yes, really any kind of tourism, as a solution. But unfortunately, I don't think that every kind of tourism can solve everything. I don't know about you. Well, certainly some people believe that it doesn't. Mass tourism is often something that puts pressure in local ecosystems and communities, and especially when it comes to underwater sites, these sites are very fragile. So Tural starts from the premise that quality is over quantity. This is something very important to understand for the entire philosophy of Tural. We have the vision of the UCSTSD model, so to promote a sustainable and place-based, local-based tourism development model through these four verticals. That's the UCCST, and that's also a key component to keep. The underwater cultural and nature heritage tourism, the cultural and creative tourism, the cultural science tourism, and silver tourism. For the ones that might don't know, silver tourism is the 50 plus or the seniors tourism. So the aim is to balance growth between the urban clusters and the rural areas, while respecting all these assets that the areas have. So environmental assets, cultural assets, with respect to the carrying capacity. So as I said, quality over quantity. The project combines planning, validation, and digital innovation, and it supports all the destinations with some ICT tools, data-driven tools, policy guidance, and of course, business support. So core part of the methodology is the co-work process, which is implemented through the living labs. I don't want to stress this a lot because we have a dedicated presentation of how it works. You can just keep in mind that across the 6 pilot sites, more than 250 stakeholders participated, they were involved. Brought together by the four helix, the quadruple helix background, so policymakers, businesses, civil society, researchers, and more. So all the research and analysis that we have done is based in a concrete foundation. Also, the preliminary findings will be also analyzed in the next presentation. I don't want to highlight something here. Just for the underwater heritage, the stakeholders address the importance of controlled accessibility. The second is interpretation of the artifacts. And the third is monitoring rather than unrestricted use. We also had a PESTLE analysis that was conducted in the 6 pilots, along with 4 different types of enablers. You can see the enablers in the bottom left. This will be also analyzed later. However, it's important to present it now a bit for you to understand how the Tural project works. That was one pillar. The second pillar was the support of the destination through the digital tools. And you can see the first 2 digital tools, marked in green, are dedicated to local stakeholders and local decision makers. There's also a dedicated poster outside. I also put it here as a reference, so you can also find it outside and read more about each tool. For the third and the fourth, marked in blue, digital tools, we aim to support businesses through the digital tools, through a digital one-stop shop that includes a repository of funding instruments, and also a business planning mentor. And you can see also marked in yellow, the 2 ICT tools that are dedicated to the final users, which are, of course, the visitors, because if not for the visitors, what else? And I've included also some screenshots of the digital platform. This is for the local and regional policymakers. This is for the business support, the funding opportunities, and the business planning mentor portal. And this is the platform for the destinations promotion, which also the plan is to include virtual tools for enhancing the tourist experience. This is ongoing. As I mentioned, Tural is an ongoing project, so we're currently under development and finalization of these tools. We have identified some concrete policy recommendations, and I know I have 4 bullets, but mainly there are 3 notes to keep. The first one is we should integrate tourism into not only national, but also regional plans, development strategies. And one of the solutions proposed by the pilot sites was bottom-up approaches. And the second one is we need to simplify access to funding. when you are in an urban cluster and you have many stakeholders around you, it's easy to find the path towards funding. But when you're in a rural, in a remote area, that's not very clear. And the third is to strengthen the protection mechanism for cultural heritage, especially against climate change and looting for underwater sites. And to close this presentation, I would like to demonstrate a tangible outcome of Tural, which is the development of knowledge awareness centers. We also mentioned knowledge awareness centers in the previous days. The focus here is for the pilot of North Sporades, and of the 4 verticals, the aim is to enhance the cultural and creative tourism, and of course the underwater cultural heritage tourism. In Alonissos, this is the photos from Alonissos CAC, we upgraded the center with new equipment, new VR experiences and storytelling. The storytelling was focused on underwater culture, but it was also focused for the first time on ocean literacy for awareness raising and local identity, which was also very important. We also created a virtual exhibition in a separate room that was also inspired by underwater culture. And the documentary was dedicated to Alonissos, to the local community, and the relationship of all the local people with the sea. Whoever have visited Alonissos Marine Park, maybe you are familiar with Captain Pakis. He's really remarkable. He's the captain that usually you take to visit the National Marine Park of Alonissos. So we had a remarkable also representation from him. And finally, for the first time in Alonissos, as a synergetic action between the Tural project and another project from the Creative Europe program, Art for Sea, we managed to host outside of the CAC a 3.5-meter sculpture in the shape of the head. You can see it on the left, for awareness raising towards ocean health. This is the chapel of Gaia. Gaia in Greek is Ye, Earth, and was inspired by a Czech artist named Michal Trpak. So all these initiatives combine digital experiences, physical installations and documentaries, and of course they're all, besides informing the audience, because this is a knowledge awareness center, so besides informing the audience about the sites, namely in Alonissos we have Peristera Rec that we mentioned very well yesterday, is to connect the visitors with the local community. The storytelling is important, and we realized it very early in Tural. So right now we're doing to implement this kind of strategy in all 6, across 6, the rest of 5 remaining pilot sites. I want to play the video. I just click on play. Centers, and they're also a crucial part of the Tural methodology. I don't want to waste any more of your time, so I would like to close by presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Does anyone have questions? Okay, there's Monsieur Planche. Or,
Thank you very much for your presentation. Just to mention that next to Marseille, I don't know if tomorrow you will have time to dive. There's a kind
An
of
underwater
underwater
park.
museum, and
Yes.
actually, recently, 2 years ago, an artist called Florian Lizowski created what she calls the octopus cerebrum, which is a huge octopus with a human brain. And the sculpture is underwater, 5 or 6 meters deep, and people can dive. And it's also a sensitization to the connection between culture and nature in the underwater environment. Thank you.
Thank you. This is also something we have studied, but it's part of the other project that I mentioned, the Art for Sea, and the plan is to do it also in Alonso. So yes, we have studied that. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I would like to ask this sculpture, uh, from what material is it made, and can they survive under the sea? This material, for how long can they survive? And do we have some ideas of the environmental footprint of this kind of additions in the natural environment? Thank you.
Okay, now I have to make a disclaimer. This artwork was not placed underwater. It emerged underwater, from underwater in the video, but it's actually placed on the backyard of the CAC in Alonisos, just to make it clear, okay? So it is made out of steel, and it is made out of fused glass with various colors and shapes, and the shapes represent all the marine species that are around the island of Alonisos. And the visitor can enter the sculpture so that they can be on the head of and they can see the sea. So it's more about awareness raising rather than really having the environmental footprint, calculated. But for the underwater side that is going to be submerged, this is another thing we can also discuss during the break if you want. We have made several studies, environmental studies. So yes.
Okay, so Vicky, thank you for the presentation. One question related to the policy issues that you presented in a dedicated slide. I know that also the other projects, the sister projects of Tural, are also working on this domain in the policy front. So my question is, what is the vision and the, let's say, recommendation of Tural with respect to cross-border, cross-sector and cross-border collaboration, how to foster this using policy making instruments for sustainable growth of tourism in rural and remote areas?
There are several ways to address that. Well, first of all, we can use technology. We can use several tools that can calculate the carrying capacity of a destination. And then we can alter it, we can adapt our strategy, our tourism strategy for a destination and make it a bit better, I suppose, or even restrict tourist flows if necessary. And then this kind of model being replicated not only in Tural, in the pilot sites, but across other regions, it can serve as a tool, as a technical tool that can promote the policy makers' steps I mean, the policymakers' action steps towards sustainability. I mean, all these tools that are used in only the 6 pilot sites of Tural, it doesn't mean that because they have been fed from the data from the 6 pilot sites cannot be replicated. That's on the macro sectorial part and the cross-border part. And in terms of EU strategy, also there are some policy recommendations identified, and maybe there is a plan, not 4 or 5 or 3 or more different kinds of master plans for spatial development, for tourism, for economy development, you know, that fall one after the other. But there is a more concrete plan for tourism development for rural areas. This is what all the small destinations opt for eventually, and it can be, this is the note to take back home, I feel. So besides what Tural is doing, there is also an umbrella of other instruments from a higher level that can be addressed.
Okay, thank you. I will add to this from my experience working. I will add to this from my experience working in Tural with respect to this specific recommendation. Our vision in Tural is to support cross-sectorial value chains where tourism plays a central role, and do this in a manner that involves several regions and several destinations towards a multi-destination tourism, cross-sectorial tourism product. So that's something that we have been experimenting in Tural, and it is being addressed right now also in certain activities. Now, my second question is related to the support to the tourism businesses. So you show us a very interesting slide illustrating some digital services. One of them is addressing the financing and business requirements. So would you give us some more details about this? Because I think this is very interesting, and also from practical perspective. So
Yes.
if we have an SME from Danube region, so how can they benefit from this service if they have a business idea, for example?
Yes. Well, the service is a one-stop shop. It's called one-stop shop. And there are 2, let's say, sub-tools that they can use. One of them is the business planning mentor. This is the main tool that they can use. In the business planning mentor, you can see it. I've added 2 screenshots here on the right. Any type of tourism-related SME. I don't know if you mentioned exactly what type of enterprise. I immediately thought a diving center, because yesterday we had the example of diving centers here. So you can visit the platform and you can fill in, you have to register, you can fill in some basic and some advanced questionnaire in terms of where you are. Maybe you are just at the start, or maybe you're a bit advanced and you know how the job works, like the market insights and things like that, or you have some number of visitors. And then this is adapted to be translated later by a mentor to a business plan. So after the questionnaire has been filled, it's submitted, a mentor sees it, and then comes back and as a response, let's say, provides some insights from improvement of the business plan, and of course, with the core of the added value services that the SME provides or might provide. And also there is input for creating their business model differently, like several insights, not only market insights for their individual business idea. You can see also the example, here is the business model canvas. So depending on the case, the mentor is a business mentor, right now is a mentor from Atlantis, that provides feedback like a consultant. a business consultant.
Okay, I think that's pretty interesting. So the bottom line is that it is a service that is facilitated by human mentors who have expertise to support the SME in business planning, either in formulating a business plan from scratch or refining a business plan to become more mature.
It can do both.
Yeah.
It can do both.
And then it combines also state-of-the-art generative AI tools in the back end in order to give some additional, more specialized information like business model canvas, like pestle models and things
Yes.
like this.
Depending on the level of maturity, yes, it can start from the beginning or it can upgrade an existing model.
So the bottom line is it's a semi-automatic
Yes, it's
or
semi-automatic.
human operated, let's say.
Yes, that's true, but it's not good to have
service.
fully automated tools when related when we speak to SMEs and probably to SMEs that are not very high level. Okay, they're now identifying their potential and their services. Maybe they offer it, but they don't understand the true value behind it. And this is the role of the mentor. So yes, the mentor can use the AI. All kind of AI tools are suitable, but they should be managed and monitored always by a human, moderated by a human. So the mentor, of course, uses this advanced technology, but the core focus is the value of the product always. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. We can continue with the second presentation by Maria Dusevic, Communicating Sustainable Growth, the role of EU-funded projects in fostering innovation and stakeholders' engagement in underwater heritage tourism, the Tural example.
So, good morning, bonjour, or dobro jutro in Croatian. Like Tekla said, I'm Marija Dušević. I'm a senior advisor at Zadar County Development Agency, Zadra Nova. Zadra Nova is one of partners at Tural. In this whole room, I believe I'm of few people that are not expert in underwater archaeology or connected expertise. I have major in journalism and economics, and I am PhD candidate in communication. So my approach is, I believe, a bit different. So for start, I would like to ask you to take your cell phones. You can directly go to slido.com, or you can scan this code on left angle, whatever is easier for you. I will leave you this slide a few minutes so you can scan. So I will go to Slido now so you can see. So I have one question for you. I know usually we have questions at the end of presentation, and we will have it, but I decided to go a little bit differently. So depending on your answers, my presentation will be adapted. So why don't we see results? Yes, please. It's very important. So, thank you, Jafar. Thank you all. So for now, a dissemination and visibility, so we have 4 possibility: dissemination and visibility, governance and participation mechanism. We see communication as a driver of innovation and sustainability, and as a stakeholder coordination. There is no right answer, there is no wrong answer, and as you can see, your participation is anonymous. We don't know who answered we don't judge you. So to spare time, I will say my answer to you is I'm not surprised. I would be impressed if the answer was different, because we always, and also me, I'm as a project participant, as a partner or as a project manager, we always take communication as a dissemination activities and visibility activities. We have these big Excel tables. We need to have this number of events. We need to reach this number of people. We need to produce this number of newsletters and so on. But is that really right? So I will go back now to presentation, and Jafar will help me. Sure. Thank you.
I can close the.
Yes, you can close.
Okay.
This was just for me to see if I need to talk about communication. So if your answer was second to option, the most one, so my job here will be done. So you know everything, and there is no reason for me to speak. But as you can see, all of us, we primarily see communication as a model to achieve visibility and project goals. But in a real sense of communication, project communication is all of that. Project communication is tool for visibility and dissemination, but also is a tool in engagement of participant, is a tool in coordinating activities. Our lead partner in Tural, they need communication to coordinate all of us. We have 20 partners in project. If we don't communicate, we will have problem. We will have like a Babylon Tower, because we need to communicate to achieve that. We need to communicate to achieve different outputs that we decided to achieve. I don't know if you remember this scene. When I was a little girl, there was an American show. It was called X-Files, Agent Mulder and Scully. And there is always this sentence: the truth is out there. As a little girl, I didn't understand. They were catching aliens. Are there aliens outside or no? In Tural, for me, in Tural, I always remember this sentence. But don't worry, we don't catch aliens in Tural. We do a concrete job, as Vicky presented. But truth is out there. But why? Because of the cultural heritage. In our job in Tural, we put big emphasis on cultural heritage. Our 6 pilot locations, they are in this project because of the cultural heritage. And for cultural heritage, we have two polar sides. We have scientists who say we need to protect cultural heritage, we need to stop tourism. And on the other side, we have tourism businesses. And they say we need to tourism, we need to valorize cultural heritage and put it in the function of tourism. So we can protect it, but it must be reachable for tourists, because they visit a destination because of that cultural heritage. Truth is out there. Both of them, they are right. And our job is to communicate how to merge those truths. There are a lot of them. This is just polar opposite. So I will show you one example. In fact, it's 2 locations from Tural project. One of these photos is Alonissos, one of the islands in North Sporades, and I will use my help so I don't say something wrong. So Alonissos is one of islands in North Sporades. It's a cluster of islands in North Aegean. Alonissos is a place where you can teach about underwater tourism. We saw fragments from Alonissos in a wiki presentation. And there is Peristera Underwater Museum. The museum is a showcase for ancient Peristera shipwreck featuring an estimated cargo of 4,000 amphoras. The underwater site is accessible to drivers while non-drivers can explore it virtually through the Knowledge Awareness Center. As you can see, Kak is located on the island. The island is also a hub for marine biodiversity due to National Marine Park of Alonissos, and North Sporada is the largest marine protected area in Europe. We didn't conduct exact research for this fact, I will say you now, but I believe that most of people on Alonissos know for a Peristera shipwreck. When I was through the project, I visited Alonissos, and all people, they know for Peristera shipwreck, and also mayor or all the stakeholders, politicians, decision makers, they know for Peristera shipwreck. Tourists know for Peristera shipwreck. Another picture is another shipwreck. This is Letovica. This shipwreck is found now is 8 years ago, less than 8 years ago. It was also ancient ship. It has just 400 well-preserved amphoras. It was found, like I said, in the sea in front of the village of Shimuni at island of Pag in Croatia. It was found thanks to the enthusiasm of local 3 minutes already. It was found thanks to the enthusiasm of local diving instructor, and it was known in a scientific circle thanks to enthusiasm of a professor from Zadar University, and thanks to our UNESCO center in Zadar. But I live less than 30 kilometers from this site. I didn't know for this site before we started, my agency started to work on this project. So I don't say that there is mistake, but we have problem. We miss communication. We need to learn from Alonissos how to communicate this locally. The enthusiasm of professors, local divers and everything, it was great. But we need to engage more of stakeholders. We need to engage more of local decision makers, regional decision maker, national decision maker. And that's what we are trying to do in Tural. I use this example to show you how we have different situation on different location, and all of them, they are gathered in this project. So communication is a very, not some side activity, is a core project activity, not just for Tural, it's core activity for all projects, because through communication, we connect different stakeholders, we enable participation and co-creation, we create tools, and we communicate those tools that we develop, and also we support innovation and knowledge exchange, because to merge these differences, we need to knowledge exchange, because if I don't know information that someone else know, I cannot have the same opinion as him. So I will try to be very quick with my presentation. So key findings are that communication is essential, and communication is not just tools to, like I said, for visibility and for dissemination, but for all project implementation. Through our activities, one of our activities in project was to create a stakeholder engagement plan. So using a Mendelov matrix and with help of local partners, with questionnaires. We met the local stakeholders. You can see here stakeholders from the Dunav region using the Mendelov matrix. I don't have now time for explain. There are 4 major groups of stakeholders, those who are very important, they are key players, and those that are not important for us. As you can see, this analysis was based on opinion of stakeholders from that area and our partner from that area. So it is expected in the analysis of a Mendelov matrix when stakeholders rate themselves, it's always a little bit, they gave themselves a little bit higher grade. So if we have enough time and money to do that, to do scientific research on this, grade will be a bit lower, but that's not the idea. The idea was to create tool, to create help for local partners, but also those places, those coastal areas or rural areas, how to engage stakeholders, how to include stakeholders, in Shimoni who don't know about shipwreck, how to include them that they value this heritage that they have and how that they include it in their everyday lives. So when tourists or visitors come to the area, they can say, look, there in the sea, it's more than 20 meters above the sea, so you cannot dive, but there is shipwreck. It's important for this area. It's more than 400 and also for decision makers to make decisions that will impact and protect that area. So through our work on project, we created a lot of tables because you need to take a lot of steps to achieve something. After the Mendelov matrix, we put stakeholders in the group, and after that, those groups we put in a RACI model through who is responsible, who is accountable, who is a consultant, and who is informed, so that all interested group have information how to proceed with this, because a lot of those areas, they don't have enough money to take consultancy to create this for them. They need to do it by themselves. So we tried to provide help for them. And also, like Vicky mentioned, digital tools in nowadays area are important tool because, like, take this slide. This slide was generated by AI. Few years ago, there wasn't a possibility to create something like this. I need to write it down, go to, I don't know, Canva or whatever program, and to create something like that. Now we have tools, and we need to use them, but properly, absolutely. We cannot ask ChatGPT, create me presentation or create me opinion. We need to have our human opinion, our human knowledge, but we can use it so also in projects, also in sharing information. We use digital tools to present shipwrecks that are not reachable for people who don't have who are afraid of diving, who don't have license to dive or something like that. So I will conclude that communication is driver of innovation. It's a foundation of sustainability and essential for stakeholder engagement. So we need to use EU-funded projects to make difference to achieve sustainable goals. So this is short version.
We have time just for a question.
Mhm.
Any question from the public? So you'll do the question. How scientists are integrated on your model? Because you are talking on the stakeholders, different public institutions, the divers and everything. But how did you uh, um, think the necessary relation between the research, the scientists, the result, the knowledge, the scientific knowledge, and all
Yes,
the process?
because like I said, we didn't have enough time and money to do scientific research of stakeholders and everything that, but we use a scientific basis. All this methodology that was used, it was scientific methodology. It wasn't like, oh, I could create something new. Mendelov matrix, it's a known scientific, RASI model is a known scientific model. So it was based on a scientific model. So we put data in that models. So that's the connection.
I'm talking on the, for example, when we talk on underwater cultural heritage, for sure that the knowledge in the different pilot areas are completely different. So in some cases you can have a long tradition of research, in others just little information about the wreck, but no real or in deep research about the history or the meaning of that archaeological site. And so in my opinion, to promote underwater cultural heritage or a cultural asset as a way to develop tourism, we need that really.
We have those data. I
Okay.
understand you now. We have those underwater research data, so we know about this location. The scientific research of these locations, they are done. So we know we have information to promote. So we just need more tools how to promote.
Thank you. So,
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Does anyone have, okay.
Thank you very much. Really interesting. And I don't understand one picture because in the digital tools there is a picture of previous. Okay, visual.
This one?
Yes, this one. Visual interpretation of underwater heritage. That is a diver underwater with something I don't understand if he is looking at the underwater cultural heritage by something digital.
It's connecting, let me help you. It's connecting story of Tural. So we have, this is pointer here. So we have history, we have archaeological sites. This is easiest way to present archaeological site. We have driver, but also we have technology because nowadays, like I said, a lot of us, we don't have ability to go down deep, but technology, it brings us close to us. Underwater archaeologists, they do scanning, and after that, they do digital models. So me or anybody else who doesn't have a scuba diving license to go down deep, we can put VR lenses, VR headset, and we can feel, we can experience that location.
Underwater
Or
or
underwater.
outside?
Underwater, because, but also it can be done for coastal archaeology. It depends what you put in a VR set.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. We can now pass to the third presentation by Elpita Besi on Tural Living Labs.
Hello, everyone. Bonjour. I am Elpida Besi from Athens, Greece, from the International Center for Black Sea Studies. The International Center for Black Sea Studies, it is a research regional training center which focuses on the wider Black Sea region, and it is also a related body of the BISEC organization and its think tank. It is based in Athens. As we have already discussed, Tural, in response to the need to promote rural and remote areas through alternative tourism, focuses on the development of co-working and participatory methods to efficiently approach, exchange, and collaborate with different stakeholders. Each of these stakeholders has a different input to offer regarding alternative tourism sectors across the 6 Tural pilot sites. And through these methods, space is given to stakeholders who are frequently unrepresented in decision-making processes, such as members of local communities. The aim to be achieved through these co-working methods is to raise awareness and engage different stakeholders in co-designing and co-creating scenarios for the UCCST tourism development. And over the coming months, the scenarios will be tested and co-validated through the co-creation of business models and services across the pilot sites. In this context, the Living Clubs methodology has been selected as a primary method, supported by additional activities, including online consultations and an online preliminary questionnaire. But as for the Living Clubs, they are participatory workshops through which stakeholders from policy, industry, academia, and civil society sectors collaborate to develop solutions that reflect the real needs and opportunities for the local communities. As we have already mentioned, this is the co-working process and the basic steps. There are 2 phases. The first phase is the preparation, and the second is implementation. And until now, the 2 most important steps are those of co-creation and exploration and co-design, which have been achieved through inviting stakeholders to explore and co-design the scenarios for the pilot sites. And these 3 methods have been used for the Tural Living Clubs. The first method is defining the problem, and its goal is to identify the current needs and situation to achieve the Tural scope in each pilot region. This method has been implemented through online consultations and the preliminary questionnaire before the on-site Living Clubs. And the second and third methods are envisioning the future. The goal is to picture the desirable future for each pilot site and describe what it might look like. And the second method is backcasting the future. The goal is to look back from the future scenario we have co-designed, identifying and assessing changes, actions, and actors for that future to come true. And method envisioning the future and backcasting the future methods have been implemented during the on-site Living Clubs. All these 3 methods conclude with recommendation packages for the co-design and co-creation of UCCST business models. Main information about the Tural Living Clubs. We had 1 living club per pilot site, so 6 living clubs in total. They were 1-day events with on-site participation only, and each living club was implemented in the national language of each pilot site to facilitate stakeholder engagement. The living clubs were implemented in the period March-May 2025. As for the participants, in total, 257 stakeholders were involved in the entire Living Clubs process, including the consultations, the preliminary questionnaire, and the on-site Living Clubs. 136 stakeholders were participated in the 6 on-site Living Clubs. 204 stakeholders completed the questionnaire, and 83 stakeholders were involved in both the on-site Living Clubs and the online questionnaire. Also, it is worth mentioning that we had positive feedback from the participants because they noted that the Living Clubs were served as a platform, as a free space to express views. and they had a sense, the living labs endangered a sense of being heard. And as for for the main results, we proceeded with the identification of the current situation across the 6 pilot sites for the development of the niche tourism sectors, the UCCST tourism sectors. And also, we contributed with the Living Clubs to the establishment of an interactive awareness and dialogue stream with relevant tourism stakeholders. And these two processes, identification and establishment, will help to the development of tailor-made tools and services to respond to actual needs and priorities of the local communities. Now you can see the table with the main key findings, the overall outcomes, not for each pilot site separately, but the overall outcomes about the living labs. You can see the rural tourism verticals in focus with the highest potential in total. The most identified challenges in all the pilot sites, most identified priorities and solutions. As for the cultural preservation and the gender mainstreaming, they are the two cross-cutting priorities which are common and of high importance in all the pilot sites to achieve resilience in local communities. And this is the second table with the co-designed scenarios that were produced during the on-site living labs. The main information about the co-designed scenarios. And you can see the desired future. In general, the participants wanted to see their pilot sites as slow living regions with modern, eco-friendly transport connections, as alternative tourism destinations with active local community involvement and strict respect for both natural and cultural resources, and as off-season destinations with strong platform for stakeholder cooperation and well-trained workforce. And we see also the two cross-cutting priorities in this table. And now, how to go from the Tural living labs to the UCCST business models. The aim of Tural and specifically of the living labs is to ensure a results-oriented approach with a view to long-term impact. So we have to identify and assess the external factors that could influence the changes required to achieve the desired futures that have already been co-designed by the stakeholders during the living labs. So, pestle analysis has been identified as a useful tool designed to evaluate 6 critical external factors: political, economic, social, technological, legal, and environmental, that shape the broader business environment. And based on this analysis, you can see the following table, which is, let's say, like a suggestion on how we can take the recommendations resulted from the living labs process and to use them as a guide, as a helpful tool for the continuity of the project. This table sets out the changes that have been identified through the living labs, and their categorization has been made based on the categories of the external factors, the 6 external factors that could influence their potential, and consequently, these external factors can also influence the development of the scenarios. And the main conclusions about this process, the Turali Living Clubs, the 6 pilot sites have the potential to thrive as slow living and high-quality tourism destinations, both for locals and visitors, and in terms of their natural and cultural heritage. The UCCST tourism sectors have different potential in each pilot site, but this is not a problem as each pilot site is a unique case, has its own characteristics, and offers unique opportunities. It is very important for each pilot site to develop a long-term strategy that will support UCCST development. Another conclusion is the need to create and reinforce a common network involving all tourism stakeholders to achieve strong collaboration. Representatives of the local community and underrepresented stakeholders must be included, such as employees from the UCCST tourism sectors. And it is important that the network will also serve as leverage against policymakers unwilling to implement the adopted measures or tourism providers who are not comply with them, with the measures. Another conclusion is the need to use digital tools and services to promote natural and cultural heritage, but not to replace them. The active involvement of all relevant stakeholders from the four sectors, policy, industry, academia, and civil society is essential. Otherwise, efforts to transition to more sustainable tourism models will fail. And last but not least, as we have already said, raising awareness of cultural preservation and adopting a gender mainstreaming approach are the two cross-cutting priorities necessary to effectively meet the co-designed desired future for the 6 pilot sites. Thank you.
Thank you, Elvira. Very informative presentation on how to engage and work, co-work with stakeholders in different rural areas. My question is related also to the policy pathways, because I understand that this is the first step, the co-working with the stakeholders through the living labs to arrive at the stage where we propose policy pathways for policymakers. So how this process was facilitated and how this influenced the policy pathways of Tural.
How the Tural Living Labs influence the policy
this
pathways.
this process of co-working through living labs, because living lab is an instrument.
Yes.
But the process is the co-working with the stakeholders in order to produce all the necessary, let's say, fabric to build the pathways.
Of course. For policy pathways, we have members of the Italian team, Italian partners, that they are responsible to them, so they have more knowledge about them. But in general, as this is the tool for the continuity of the project, including the pathways, we think that the pestle analysis is an important tool because we have also the political factor. So the recommendations have to be used by the next steps and the next tasks of the project to see how we can adopt these recommendations with a useful manner and contribute to the successful policy pathways.
The other question.
Thank you very much for this presentation. I would like to ask how you choose at first and you address the stakeholder. How did you choose at first and you address the stakeholders that took part, they participated into these labs? And do you think they are representatives of the stakeholders of the region?
Yes, we tried to ensure a wide variety of stakeholders from each pilot site. And the Tural pilot partners helped us in this process because they are located in the pilot site, so they know their stakeholders. And we tried to have stakeholders from all the sectors, policy, academia, industry, civil society, with a focus on local stakeholders, tourism stakeholders, who have an impact or an interest in the tourism sector in its pilot site.
Okay, I think we don't have time for more questions, but we can ask them during the break, and we can pass the floor to the next presentation by Angel Antonio Rodriguez. So yeah, Angel Antonio Rodriguez with Touching the Land, Rural Craft as a tool for deep experimental tourism.
Bonjour, good morning, Kalispera, ¿qué tal? Hola. Well, we are here from the University of Oviedo. We are a team with many persons. We are coordinating the project Culturality. Culturality, it's a presentation and a project, and I have here with my colleague, Lucia Perez, that is on the side, okay? Well, this is a different project, but I think we have some similarities with your project, the Rural project. Touching the Land, Rural Craft as a tool for deep experiential tourism, okay? Well, Culturality is a European research and innovation project that explores the role of craft practice and cultural heritage in fostering rural resilience. Okay? The project emerged from a shared concern about the depopulation of rural areas and the loss of traditional knowledge. From the conviction that crafts can play an active role in shaping sustainable futures, rather than approaching craftsmanship only a heritage to be preserved. Culturality understands it's a living practice connected to contemporary challenges such as sustainability, economic viability, and social cohesion. The project looks at how craft-based initiatives can support new models of cultural tourism, strengthening local economies and reinforcing the relationship between people, territory, and material culture. Our consortium to address this complex question, Culturality, is built as a strongly interdisciplinary consortium. It brings together partners from 13 institutions and organizations across 9 European country sites, including universities, research centers, museums, cultural institutions, regional authorities, and craft associations. This diversity is one of the project's main strengths. It allows us to combine academic research with practical knowledge from the craft sector, policy perspectives, and hands-on experience in rural development. The consortium structure reflects the idea that rural resilience cannot be tackled from a single discipline, but requires collaboration across different fields and forms of expertise. Asturias is a very beautiful region in the north of Spain. I was born here, of course. And this is one of the part, but we are coordinating the project Culturality. But the University of Oviedo has another partners in our region. With this international framework, Asturias plays a particularly significant role in the project. 4 of the partners are based in this region in northern Spain. This includes the university, an eco-museum, and 2 companies, one specialized in rural development and another focused on data analysis. This local cluster allows us to connect academic research with territorial knowledge, heritage management, and applied methodologies. It also provides an excellent testing ground for exploring how craft practice interact with rural landscapes, communities, and tourism dynamics. In Asturias, a substantial part of our work is based on extensive fieldwork and cultural mapping. Our goal is to build a structured archive that documents some of the most relevant cultural practice in the region, the artisans who sustain them, and a selection of artifacts linked to this practice. This work goes beyond simple documentation. Through interviews, observation, and collaboration with artisans, we aim to understand not only what is produced, but how knowledge is transmitted, how materials are sourced, and how these practices are embedded in everyday life. This archive forms the basis for later analysis on sustainability, tourism, and cultural resilience. And in this Tural project, we would like to talk about the post-extractive tourism, not only in the sea, in our case, but with something similar, which is the artisan of our region. In our work within the Culturality project, we use the concept of post-extractive tourism to describe alternative ways of relating to craft, materials, and territory. This approach emphasizes direct embodied interaction with materials, understanding touch, and making as central of to craft practice. Such interactions allow for a deeper understanding of both the object and the process behind them. This is particularly important today in a context where digital mediation and globalized production often distance us from material culture. Many artisans frame their work as a form of cultural resistance to extractivist logics, proposing practice based on reciprocity, care, and sustainability. Okay. Through workshops, shared learning experience, and co-creation, they promote more responsible and meaningful forms of tourism. At a time when globalization is weakening direct relationship with visual culture and reducing the public's capacity for meaningful engagement, the authenticity of many artistic and artisanal practice is increasingly at risk. It's therefore essential that new communication tools, social networks, and digital media do not further distance us from this practice, but instead support community-based learning and shared knowledge. We think the idea of a free culture, digital platforms should complement rather than replace direct experience that are key to cultural continuity and to the environmental and social regeneration of territories. In the experience developed with artisans in culturality, we find especially relevant those practices that emphasize an ethics of touch, process-based knowledge, and direct engagement with materials as key elements in shaping ethical and aesthetic forms of emotion. These disciplines are deeply rooted in tradition, while at the same time embracing contemporary approach such as co-creation and post-extractive tourism. Working with one's hands fosters a deeper understanding of the environment and helps build an emotional connection with the landscape. This approach supports resource conservation and a circular economy, where materials are reused on a small scale. Reciprocal relationships between visitors and local communities are encouraged. By minimizing ecological impact and returning value to the territory rather than extracting it. This practice moves away from mass tourism and the commodification of experience, placing greater emphasis on the creative process itself rather than only on the final object. Storytelling also plays a key role as processes of socialization and specialization help prevent artisan public encounters from turning into standardized activities, trends, or superficial experience. Truthful mediation is essential. Through narrative and contextualization, artisans can spark interest in their techniques and encourage deeper engagement. Craft practice itself represents a complex and cumulative form of knowledge developed over many years through sustained and repeated practice. The loss of traditional knowledge carries both cultural and economic risk, including the erosion of sustainable practice, a diminished ability among the public to understand the true complexity of artisanal work. For this reason, craft workshops need to be supported through training programs backed by public institutions. Structured learning paths, apprenticeship schemes, and generational renewal are key to ensuring the continuity and vitality of craft practice. Craft techniques need to be reinterpreted and adapted to new contexts when necessary, while remaining rooted in social practice rather than reduced to more commodities. Innovation is already taking place, not without challenge, through new business models, design approaches, narratives, and relationships with markets. At the same time, generational renewal carries an ethic of responsibility, as these practices are deeply tied to natural cycles, local materials, and rhythms that are closer to domestic life. With it, craftsmanship becomes a future-oriented practice. Care, passion, and respect for materials, and attention to detail embody a way of relation to the world that stands in contrast to speed and desmaterialization. At Culturality, we believe that the sustainability, sorry for my accent, of craftsmanship converges around a single idea. Truly sustainable craft depends not only on responsible techniques, but on a sensibility that recognizes the value of materials, their rhythms, and the relationships they generate. When this way of being in the world is passed from one generation to the next, it helps regenerate the deep bond between people, territory, and craft. Taking care of what we do and how we do it. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias. For your question, I invite my colleague, Lucia. She is absolutely essentiality person in this project. Por favor, Lucia, come here.
Okay, first question.
Yes, I have.
is a small. Thank you very much. Have some question for us?
I have a question. Well, it's obvious that the session opens up in general into tourism, all kinds of tourism sector, which is lovely because there are many common things. We have in Tural, we have the four tourism verticals different than yours, but I see some, at the end, some common takeaways. So my question is, because you highlight a lot the value of the product, the experience, so the destination itself, how, in what way do you manage to extract this value and give it to the visitor? Because you mentioned also something as like a post experience thing in the beginning.
Post-extractive tourism.
Yes. So can you explain a bit more on that?
Well, basically, is the hands-on artisans, no? Ceramics, basketry, booth, textile, people who work with their hands. And we are trying to offer to the tourism some singular experience with these artisans. With the workshop, with the post-extractive post-material, for post-extractive, the regeneration of the region, the social memory, the cultural respect, and of course the sustainable local economy is one of the pieces of the post-extractive tourism for us. And in Asturias, we are only 1 million people, less than 1 million people. We have difficult infrastructure, problems with the communication, and we are creating, like you, networking, workshops, rural spot, etc.
So, and Angelo, I had also a similar question because it triggered my interest, the reference to the post-extractive tourism model. That's pretty interesting for me. But from your explanation in the slide, I didn't understand exactly what is it about. Now, from what you said, I understand that it has more to do with memories that stay in the mind of the tourists after they are engaged in some craftsmanship activities, right? So, can you give us some practical examples of this interesting tourist model?
For example, in Asturias, we have many women that are working with the fishing textile material, fishing rod, okay, and they are trying to make the new object of the fisherman with their job, you know. For example, the ceramic artisans, for example, too, and many boat artisans are trying to collaborate with the fishermen, with the boats, with the people from the sea. We have many coasts in Asturias. We have 200 beaches. We have beautiful coast, and they are working there, you know. But the main problem, like in the other sites and in the other countries, the main problem we have is the mass tourism. And the problem is that Asturias is a very small region, for example, and the other partners of the 9 countries for culturality have the same problem that we have.
Thank you. Does anyone have questions? Pick.
Thanks a lot for your presentation. I really like this kind of rooted cultural projects and traditional workshops, etc. I had 2 questions. The first one was, what kind of public do you reach with this project? Do you go to schools, just go to tourists, or do you try to implement like broadly in the Asturias the local culture? And the second question was, is there any ethnographical and mostly ethnographical and anthropological aspect of this project in a more scientific aspect for publications or something like that? Thanks.
Yes, so I will start first with your second question, if that's okay. So our project, I guess as every project here, is divided into work packages, and our work package number 2 is dedicated to field work, interviews with artisans, and well, a little bit of the digitization of the pieces they make and the processes. So with that data, of course, we give them an informed consent in which we tell them that we can use that information not for commercial purposes at all, but for publication. And for your first question, I think you asked me about which public we reach. So we organize events promoted from the university. Like, for example, we had a workshop in which we taught people, they are open invitation events, so anyone can participate, normally from high school students to the elderly. We had a workshop to teach them bioconstruction, which Macario Iglesias was the architect. He's an architect, he has his degree, but he's specialized in traditional building techniques from Asturias. And yes, he was teaching, we had an image from him there. He taught people how to build with their hands. They could try to like make a wall with mud and I think it's hay. Hay is the material he uses. So yes, they are open events. Anyone can come if they want, and they can try for themselves to connect with our crafts. We also have exhibitions. We have the Microcred initiative, which he has worked on their courses. I don't know if I have answered your question.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And now for our last presentation, we have Antonella Fresa with Sustainable, Engaging and Creative Tourism as a driver for a better future in rural and remote areas.
So, good afternoon, everybody. No, good morning, Bastille, but we are already looking forward. So it's a pleasure to be here, and this is the last presentation of the session, where we try to also sum up what is the nature of this session. It is a session that has been thought, presented to RAL in its various elements, but also to demonstrate that there are connections, liaisons with other projects that have been funded in the same call of Horizon Europe, and that are looking at valuing cultural tourism for different perspectives. In Tural is the underwater, in Culturality is crafts, in Secretur is rural through participation of the local communities. So you will hear another point of view, but I think that through the presentation, you will find the repetition of the key questions that we are facing. And maybe at the final question and answers, we can pick these questions, these basic questions as a task for the next research in our sector. So I would start from the point of view that heritage and places are connected. Because for people living in a territory, so our point of view in Secretur is the people living in the territory that is hosting visitors. It's normal that heritage and places are connected because they are linked through history, traditions. We have just seen the craft in Culturality, geography, narrations, ancestors, and geography means cross a border. One of the dimensions of the cross border, because the geography for the people living on the territory is not necessary the political border, the national border. There are borders that are crossing the national. However, this natural combination of places and heritage risks to be broken because of the forms of tourism that derives for the mass tourism. So we are in a post-mass tourism phase where enormous quantity of visitors go to some destinations and they produce touristification, over-tourism, gentrification, they impact on the national resources. So how to cope with this risk that we are attracting, we are trying to attract visitors to places where there is still this connection between heritage and places, but we risk that this attraction of visitors damages those places. Well, we think that, and this has become since some years of our collaboration, we think that tourism is not the scope of what we are doing and researching in our project. Tourism is a tool to counteract the negative impact of too strong pressure of visitors. And we propose a shift to a new concept of tourism as a tool that looks at the territory and looks at the tourism as a tool to improve their economy, their social life, the environmental and culture in the environmental and cultural domain. So tourism is not the generation of economic resources for those who are investing in tourism. Tourism is a tool for the growth of the places that host visitors. Is a change of a perspective. And in this line, tourism can become a way of giving visibility and recognition to the rural areas, to their inhabitants, a mean to promote the generation of services that are beneficial also for the local community. So not only services for tourists, but the services that serve both the tourists and the local community. A contribution to regeneration and the respectful development of the areas. So not only exploitation, but regeneration. And a process to rediscovery and reactivation of territorial commons. Territorial commons, because if we conceive tourism as a tool to grow and to benefit the local communities, we have to understand that the destination of the tourists are commons, are something that belongs to the people who are living there. There are many approaches that we are experimenting through a set of pilots. But there is something in particular that we think is relevant, that the commons, acknowledging the reality of the commons, means to promote communities of heritage, because the commons belong to the heritage communities. So we have the owners and the value that is owned by those owners. Communities of people who share a strong attachment to a piece of heritage, especially in the heritage elements that characterize the territory, their territory. This is the definition of heritage communities in the Faro Convention of 2005. And for us, heritage community represent an essential support for the development of this new concept of tourism. But it is necessary that this attachment to heritage is supported by operational means, because they need to coordinate spontaneously, to agree on rules, to turn the local resources in a proper common. And to do this, it is necessary to have in mind some operational methods. Well, we have identified some of them. First, payment for services. If something is done by the community to support the welcoming of visitors, well, because they preserve their territory and the commons, these communities need to be paid for their services. It is not necessary to outsource to private companies the work. Some of this can be outsourced to local communities. And we have seen this approach in culturality, because the workshops invite artists. Liaise tourism with the different economic sectors, so not only tourism, but also agriculture, forestry, craftsmanship, again, commerce. Rediscovery of commons. The commons should be highlighted, shaped, defined. Inclusion of minorities, and here you see an activity that we run in Hungary with the Roma communities. And value and circular economy. We are establishing a collaboration with other projects that are from the circular economy domain, because they are looking at tourism as a field of experimenting circular economy. Natural tourism in the remote areas is an enormous, a fantastic opportunity to test this concept of tourism as a tool, because of its richness in tangible, intangible, cultural, and natural heritage. So the different aspects, and this is another interpretation of cross-border. We want to cross the border, to go beyond the borders, national borders, political borders, but also borders between tangible and intangible. Folklore, no, we think that there is something that is worth to be studied and to be preserved. Cultural and natural. We thought more and more about bio-natural, and we heard that La Ponte, the Eco Museum, is a part of a culturality, because bio-natural is something to be preserved. And when we think about looting, illegal trafficking, there is illegal trafficking of natural resources, natural property, and cultural properties, and they should be linked. So promoting peripheral destination can be supported through sustainable business models. We already heard about this problem. Improving the ability of reuse archival resources. There are archival resources that needs to be reused, and transforming heritage into stories. The digital can help this. Well, what do we do in Secreture? Secreture is one of the projects funded under the same call with Tural, Culturality, and Crocus, a fourth project that unfortunately is present maybe with a poster. 11 partners from 8 countries started on the 1st of March 24, lasting 3 years. This is the map of the partners and the pilots. And for us, the pilots represent the core of the project, because we are experimenting in the pilots the principles that I talked to you about. 8 cases. Bibract, and my colleague from Bibract, who is also the leader of the work package about heritage communities, is with us today. in Morvan in France, traditional irrigation systems in the southeast of Spain, the heritage of Blacks ethno-linguistic minority in the Upper Viosa Valley. Upper Viosa because the valley of Viosa that belongs to Albania, that flows, the Viosa that flows through Albania, is springs in Greece. So again, we are going beyond borders, where there is still a very traditional life to be discovered and valued. The Roma heritage in Hungary, the historic graves in Ireland, the renaissance of mining related to heritage in Central Slovakia, the thinking of digital nomadism as a way to overcome the decade of mining, mercury mining site, one of the UNESCO site in Slovenia, and San Giorgio, the threshold of the sacred mountain, where this San Giorgio mountain belongs to Switzerland and Italy. So we are not only cross-bordering in Europe, but also beyond. And again, we are in the domain of biocultural. The objectives of the project bottom-up strategies, fair and sustainable business model, opportunities for participation. And this is my last. I know that I am the last one, and we are always under pressure for the time. So, well, first, promoting networking. I heard about this matter of transforming communication into something that is more impactful. Networking, cross-border, developing recommendations. The questions that were posed by our colleague today about recommendations are key factors for us. And we are trying to develop recommendations in common among the 4 projects that belong to the class. Working with the right range of stakeholders. There were questions about who are the stakeholders. White, cultural heritage specialists, farmers, local associations, young people, digital nomads, minorities, neo-rural population. So people who are leaving the metropolis to live in the country, we have to look at them as actors of this new concept of tourism and cultural industry. And last but not least, all this should provide new pathways to local communities. This is really what we want to achieve through these projects of cultural tourism. Not quantity, not measuring the number of visitors as the success factor, but the quality, new pathways for local communities. And I have finished.
Thank you so much. Does anybody have questions? I think Calliope has a question.
So thank you very much, Adonella. You took also the responsibility to touch upon the commonalities of the 3 projects, Turals, Culture, and Culturality. My question is more related to your alternative concept of using tourism as a tool for regional growth. So it's true that all 4 projects, or 4 sister projects, the cluster, that in other words, are required to work on the policy front. So with respect to this alternative approach that you described, from the point of view of this project, what are the concrete policy recommendations in order to make this a reality and not remain, let's say, a wishful thinking or just a theory?
Well, we have already produced a first policy brief, what is the terminology of the EU, this is a set of recommendations collected under the theme. That is about heritage communities. Because we think that acknowledging, understanding, valuing, giving mechanism of survival to heritage communities is a priority. If the community of heritage does not exist, there is a spread thinking that this heritage is important, but if there is not a community that is attached to the preservation of this heritage, the risk is that the heritage is fragmented. And this happens through making aware of the value of an heritage community, the community itself, through awareness, training, and we heard about the labs in Tural. So approaches that we have in common to keep the heritage community aware of the role that it can have, but also making aware the public administration that it has an ally in the heritage community, not only an exploiter, not only a group of people asking give us funds, but an ally in promoting the territory. And if this mechanism of alliance between heritage community, stakeholders, and the public administration works, this gives continuity to our intervention, because the second key question is sustainability, how to sustain everything that we have discussed here. Because if there is this triangular alliance, community, stakeholders, even economic stakeholders, and public administration, then the sustainability can go beyond the base of the elections. Because the risk is that if we connect too much with the public administration, the public funding, then since now it is an experience in Italy, but I think it is shared. We are constantly under the pressure of elections. Then there is constantly the promise of something that risks not to happen. Instead, it is the task of the heritage community and the interest, the vested interest of the stakeholders to create programs that go beyond propaganda.
Thank you so much. I think we have finished our time for today for the first session. So there is now the coffee break. Thank you so much.
I would like to say three things. The coffee break will end 10 to 12, please. We have a list for the excursion outside at the registration desk. Please just sign that you are attending tomorrow the excursion. And the third thing is, yes, just sign that you are coming tomorrow, because there are some participants that they might not come. They changed their plans. Yes. And the third thing I lost. The group photo. Yeah, Toral. Yes, Toral, yes. 10 to 12, please.
Maybe we can have a photo also with our sister project.
And
not only Tural.
Thank you.
Toral and Ikurut.
So very nice
Sorry.
to meet
Toral and Ikurut partners to come to take a photo, please. And I need the presentations for the next session. Yes.
The family photo.
Oh, good, of the project. I wrote the proposal.
I would like to ask the speakers to join us on the stage, please. Okay.
Exchange emails probably. Yeah, maybe. But for yeah. Oui. Would you like to start? Should we play music? Avec la Ouais, non, mais...
Et si tu veux l'introduire, oui, je n'ai pas quelque chose spécial à dire. Si tu veux le dire, vas-y.
Vous êtes allé
Pas toujours, mais je crois que je peux y arriver. Mais non, vas-y.
Non, pense à vous.
Non, non,
Pense
non,
à
non,
vous.
non, c'est pas vrai.
Non.
On va finir. C'est-à-dire que c'est pas... On joue avec la lumière.
C'est moi.
On présente la version, c'est la deuxième session, je sais pas, de chacun, on présente chacun, les autres on le fait.
I'm on, no, I hope.
Sorry?
I'm on the session.
Yeah, I think so.
we turn these mics on?
Nearby. I'm working in Marseille. Yeah. I will turn to Marseille.
Okay.
Say it, and you should say it. Accent. Okay.
Okay. I'm sharing both of those.
Somebody is not here. Calliope. Calliope. Calliope.
Non, les éteindre en ville, c'est juste les
Okay. We have Cristina Canoro. Okay. Thank you. Yes. Okay. Now we can. Okay. So now we proceed with the second and third sessions of the evening, and we will see lessons learned from the opening, about the opening of underwater parks in France, Italy, and Malta first, and then after lunch, lessons learned from Greece. So I would like to give the floor to Magali Vera for her presentation, Reconciling the Preservation, Knowledge and Promotion of Underwater Cultural Heritage within France's highest level of protection. The example of the Calanque National Park.
Hi, everyone. First, I would like to thank the organizer of this Congress for inviting me to be a part of this amazing symposium around questions that are my daily concerns. So I'm Magali Vera, graduate of a PhD in underwater archaeology, but now I am working for the Calanque National Park since 7 years now. And I am now in charge of all the cultural heritages, both inland and underwater, whether they are tangible or intangible. So I am very pleased to be here today to share with you the challenges we face to find a balance between protection and accessibility to cultural and natural heritages. A national park is a natural site whose landscape, biodiversity, cultural treasures, and character make it important to protect and manage so that its outstanding heritage can be preserved for present and future generations. The Calanque National Park was created on 18 April 2012 by the French Prime Minister, becoming France's 10th national park. Its location in the heart of Aix-Marseille-Provence metropolitan area, makes it the first national park in Europe to encompass land, sea, and peri-urban sections. There are two types of area in its territory. The core, with a special regulation and which is the most strictly protected, and the affiliated area on land or the adjacent marine area where surrounding local authorities commit to promoting its sustainable development on a voluntary basis. The core of the Calanque National Park is located for one-third on land, 8,500 hectares, and for the two-thirds underwater, 43,500 hectares. It extends from Marseille on the west part to La Ciotat on the east, and from La Penne-sur-Yvonne in the north, with the highest mountain is at 645 meters, to the deep canyon of the Cassidanes, 2,000 meters deep below the water level in the south. The national park contains 140 protected land, animal, and plant species, and more than 60 endangered, rare, or protected marine species, but it also deals with more than 3 million visitors per year, inland and at sea. So, as well as the splendid landscapes and huge biodiversity it encompasses, the Calanques is also a place of culture, as witnessed by the many traces left by humans over the course of millennia. And diving is one of these amazing heritages. It's a part of Marseille and the Calanques DNA. Indeed, as a maritime city since its founding, 2,600 years ago, Marseille has distinguished itself as the cradle of modern underwater diving. It was at AMU that, as early as 1943, Georges Beuchat, Albert Falco, and Commander Cousteau made the first dive with a new diving suit equipped with a compressed air cylinder and regulator. A few months later, at Les Goudes, Frédéric Dumas became the first man to dive beyond 60 meters. So in parallel, starting in the 50s, recreational scuba diving developed. The waters of Calanques became renowned worldwide, offering rich biodiversity, a wide variety of landscape, and shipwrecks just a few nautical miles from the coast. In 1966, the Minister of Culture, André Malraux, founded the DRASM in Marseille. This truly imposed Marseille as the global cradle of underwater archaeology. So, due to this long and rich history, diving was listed as one of the 3 historical activities at the creation of the national park. This means that the cultural importance of diving for the territory and its inhabitants has been taken into account. A study conducted in 2022 by the park with local diving stakeholders reveals that at least 110 clubs practice in the core area regularly, which represent 222,578 dives in the Marseille Bay in the same year, mainly concentrated around the coast and the island. During this study, we learned that diving on shipwrecks is very appreciated, and because it's one of the 3 main answers of the questions and the study. So as you can see, we have to deal with a very huge pressure of this activity, both on cultural and natural heritages in the park. And as the city of Marseille was built around the sea from its origins, waters of the national park are full of archaeological sites from prehistoric times to the 20th century, and with different types of remains, shipwrecks, caves, plains, etc. We can add a lot of pictures, but I just selected 4 examples. It's also the birthplace of underwater archaeology, using self-contained diving apparatus with the excavation of the Grand Congloué shipwrecks 1 and 2 between 1952 and 1957. During the excavation, the team of the divers led by Jacques-Yves Cousteau invented specific tools for clearing debris, such as dredging pumps, for example. These two pictures illustrate perfectly the huge evolution in the archaeologic methods and equipment after the 60s. Both are shipwrecks located in the core of the national park, such as all the examples I gave you here. Actually, around 300 artifacts and sites have been recorded by the DRASM in the core area, and as so, they are protected by both French heritage and environmental codes. Indeed, one of the missions of the national park is to preserve, study, and valorize its natural and cultural heritages. So it was an evidence that we have to work very closely with the DRASM. So in 2018, a partnership was formalized between both structures to exchange information and data, a reciprocal training for staff of both organizations, the implementation of joint underwater operations, and the promotion of the territory's underwater heritage. Regarding the conservation part, natural park rangers are authorized to monitor and conduct police operations regarding damage to natural or cultural heritages. But most of my colleagues come from naturalist background, and so it's crucial to raise their awareness of maritime cultural artifacts, the risk it faces, and what it may look like underwater, but also once brought out. Regularly training of the rangers by the DRASM agents has allowed some colleagues, for example, to recognize and seize an amphora fragment during recreational fishing control. In the same spirit, to avoid looting, divers from the national park, with the DRASM agreement, could intervene on site to remove exposed artifacts, like this isolated amphora, which was lying on the seabed at a very small dip. This artifact was retrieved and then maintained in water and transported to the DRASM to deeper study. Another risk for underwater heritage is climatic change. By raising the acidity and temperature of waters, it has also a direct impact on the conservation of the metallic shipwrecks by accelerating the speed of the decomposition of the metallic structures and hull. This deterioration, in addition to causing the loss of cultural heritage, can also lead to marine pollution by releasing chemical and metallical elements into the environment. Furthermore, the shipwrecks now form reef teeming with life, which the park also wishes to preserve. For all these reasons, the park has chosen to authorize and support the national research program, Save Our Shipwrecks. This multi-partner program aims to establish a methodology for safeguarding metal shipwrecks along the French coast. In the Calanque, the experiment began with the installation of a series of metal plates and aluminum anodes of the wreck of the Liban, which sank in 1903. The plates and anode will allow researchers to test the wreck's protection against corrosion, and we also bring divers to participate with pictures of the evolution of the anode and the plates. And all the process has been discussed and allowed by the scientific board of the national park. And finally, divers from the park also regularly evaluate the artifacts visible on each site, which would be concerned by any future construction project in the core area, and exchange with the DRAS to decide if they must be protected or not. This daily and meticulous field monitoring helps to reduce damage to this underwater cultural heritage. Another mission of the national park is to ensure a high level of knowledge about its heritages, both natural and cultural. But with only one archaeologist in the park team, it's me, it's not possible to set up research programs on our own. So, as established in the partnership with the DRAS, we regularly exchange data and participate to operations conducted in the Kalang territory. Essentially, all work is prohibited in the core area of the national park, but in order to support the acquisition of knowledge, permits are issued annually for the various scheduled missions. Therefore, to broaden the discussion on how to find a balance between preserving underwater cultural and natural heritage and promoting it and make it accessible to the public, various studies have been undertaken. A study memoir about how to promote heritages in a protected area, with example from Frioul Archipelago and other places in the Mediterranean Sea, was supervised by the DRASM and the park last year with the work of Juliette Potra. And for the next year, we hope to set up a collective thinking with scientists from 2 national parks, Calanques and Porcro, and the DRASM to establish a protocol for archaeology methods in a marine protected area. The idea is to establish a list of scientific needs of archaeologists in terms of results, and to see for each of them by which methods they can be achieved with a minimal impact on the site and its environment. This reflection should be made on the different stage of research, underwater research, on-site installation, site clearance, the sounds, the samples, the site protections. So we are hoping to beginning this reflection during this year. And once this protocol will be established, it could be used in all kinds of marine protected area. Finally, the last mission of the national park with regard to its heritage is to promote it to the public. Currently, most of the development is done ex situ for easier access for all audiences, even non-divers, but also to better preserve the sites and not attract more people to them. So we have website, we have an app, we have a podcast and a headset, etc. But we are also working to find the right balance on site to bring knowledge and awareness to audience at sea as well. Taking advantage of the Master 2 undertaken last year, we were able to relaunch work around a reconstructed archaeological site located in the Frioul Archipelago. This site, established in 2009 with the help of the DRASM and the local diving clubs, corresponds to the re-immersion at a depth of 14 meters of amphora from the Grand Congloué to wreck, which had, in fact, fallen into almost complete disuse. The study conducted by the park with diving clubs has showed that none of them are still using it anymore. So we conducted with the DRASM an evaluation of the site last year, and we conclude that it's now turned into a nice reef full of life that should be left in place. But to improve its visibility and its use, several options are now being studied with the city of Marseille and the DRASM. First, a buoy could be installed on the surface, accompanied by work with local diving clubs to design materials for discovering and visiting the site. In parallel, we are thinking to resubmerge about 10 amphora within an underwater trail, which is still in place, because it is much more accessible by snorkeling from the shore and less deeper, and so it could broaden the target audience. As a national park, we have to work on both aspects, natural and cultural. This is why we also are trying to improve our diving regulation in consultation with local stakeholders. For now, we have only a charter of good practices and an awareness guide, so there is no obligation regarding diving in the core area. So to go further, the park has applied and was selected in a national program called Mission Nature. This program will found a position for 3 years in our staff. So it's starting now and until 2028. And it also fund actions like restoration of the shallow seabeds by remove some garbage and something like that. But also working on the animation of a diving network, working on regulation, because according to the study we conducted, some regulations are already seem to be accepted, even widely supported, such as annual permits, a reduced speed approaching the diving site, a limited number of daily anchors per structure. Other approaches will require more discussion and compromise before they will be implemented, like dive log, limitation of the divers on seat, fees, etc. So the park, along with other national organizations, will also apply this year to an European program focused on the management and impacts of visitors' numbers on natural sites. So as you can see, the work is still in progress, and there is still so much to do. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm wondering if you are considering the 3D printing to reproduce artificial copies of the underwater heritage to be put again back underwater for the experience of the visitors. To print with the 3D printing, 3D digitization, 3D printing, and then you have a copy to be put back underwater.
Yeah, maybe it will be discussed with the draft for the next step. We just talk about. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes. For the next step, this archaeological site, we hope to put a new step in the underwater trail that is already in place, and to bring cultural heritage in this one. And so we have to discuss with the draft if there is still amphora which can be used, or maybe we can use 3D printers. Yeah, I don't know yet.
Other question?
Thank you. Just a very short remark, not a question, in fact. I think that the national park of Port-Cros and the Calanque, they are really the good examples. After this area of south of France have a lot of suffering by illicit fishing and illicit trafficking of antiquities. I remember quite a lot of examples, especially in Corsica also, and in south of France, of looting site, archaeological site by divers. And I think that probably the solution of this kind of parks, with having this responsibility of the whole management of the area, it's probably the best solution. I know that, and I hope that it's going to be really that you are going to have the progress. As in my part, I was having my first diving license at the diving club of Newlon. So I have dived to the Calanque quite a lot of times, and I know exactly how difficult it is to create the protection. And I think that it's going to be a huge work to do for the future because dives are progressing and also the knowledge that we have are progressing. Thank you very much.
Another question? Yes.
Magali, thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you very much for focusing on the underwater archaeological part. I want to go back also to management. This is one of the very good examples that management is common for natural and cultural environment, cultural heritage in the marine protected area. Can you go beyond, maybe it's still in progress, on the advantages or the challenges that you are facing as a stakeholder on actually combining this dual management of what we are all thinking that we should integrate in the special planning?
Yeah, we have to work for each project and each demand from diving clubs to when we have demand on working and working project and excavation or things like that, we have always to have in mind the both heritages. So it's very difficult for us to have a good response because sometimes we want to improve the knowledge of the underwater cultural heritage, and we know that we have to remove sands or remove the seagrass and everything, and so it will have an impact. So it's why we want to bring this discussion with the draftsman Porcro to think about how to manage to have a balance which is acceptable. It's not, it will be not the ideal because in one hand, maybe archaeologists will say, it's not the best way of doing that. But regarding the impact on the rest of the environment, it will be the only way that it will be acceptable. So for each question, we have to think in regarding the balance. And it's very challenging for us. And we don't have always the good answer. And sometimes we are making mistakes and we are trying to do best the next project and everything. So the National Park of the Calanque, it's not so old regarding Porcro, which is 60 years ago created. But we are trying to move forwards and to think about tools and reflection that could be used in our park, but in other places also.
Thank you for sharing this experience. This is very important for all of us. And I wanted to congratulate you also for the last initiative that you are undertaking on measuring the impact of tourism. This is a question that we started yesterday also with Dimitris. And this is very, very important for all of us to have statistics on how this concretely works with visitors.
Yeah, we will compare some sites where is a lot of diving and some sites where there is not, and we will try to find some numbers and things very clearly established.
Yeah. I would like to make also two small questions. The one is, what kind of entity, legal entity, has the management of this national park? Is it a public agency or not? And secondly, the visits, the divers, are they going there because there are diving experience are guided these dives?
The first question, the national park is it's an official and an administration from the environmental ministry. So,
Okay,
yeah,
so
we are a
it's a
public
public-
organization. Yeah. And for the second question, diving clubs and the divers, sometimes they are on their own, but most of them come with clubs, but the clubs are professional or association.
they are not very organized. And there is also a lot of divers who have their own boats and they come when they want because we are very close to Marseille.
Okay, they are referring, these clubs, are they, and associations, are they referring to Drasm or to the park itself?
No.
No.
I have one. Oh, go ahead.
Thank you very much. It's really interesting. I'm really curious to visit. And I'm really curious also about the diving, because you mentioned that there are 110 diving clubs. So this is the diving of the area, or every dive can come to the park to dive. So is there any regulation? Are they authorized by the park? And how do you manage the visit? You have to book, for example, the time. So I'm curious.
For this study, we send the study to the clubs around the area of Marseille, not just in Marseille, but in the metropolitan area. So I think the number is the minimum because we know that there are some clubs which are in Paris or in other city and which came to Marseille for a period of holidays or thing like that.
They can come.
Yeah, so I think it's a minimum, and I think we have a higher number in reality. And also, as I said, there is no regulations for diving in the national park, and this is the work we are now trying to put in place. Because regarding the result of the study, divers and the clubs are willing to work in this because they realize sometimes when you are diving here, most famous, sometimes you see more divers in the water than fish. So yeah, so it's a reality, and they see that. So they are willing to work with us to construct a regulation, but we have to work with them on what, because there's something they are willing to accept very quickly, and something which is more difficult to be approved.
Thank you, Dr. Vera. Now I'd like to invite Cristina Canoro to the podium. She will be speaking to us on underwater digital parks in Italy, business models for underwater cultural heritage tourism in the organizational perspective.
Okay, bonjour, good morning, buongiorno. I'm Cristina Canoro. I'm research fellow at Scuola Superiore Meridionale in Naples, and I'm from Campi Flegrei Diving Center. And my work is with Luisa Varriale from the University of Naples, Partenope, and Barbara Davide from National Institution of Conservation and Restoration in Rome. Yeah, okay. So we are talking about underwater cultural heritage tourism. That is a niche market. I am an economist, so I'm studying the underwater cultural heritage tourism as a niche market in the tourist segment, facing significant challenges in terms of sustainability and accessibility. The positive trend in the number of visitors to underwater archaeological sites imply significant risks for the sustainability and the future of these sites. That's why we consider the UNESCO 2001 Convention on Underwater Cultural Heritage, and the basis on the premise that only those who know the heritage can protect it and encourages responsible access. That's why it's really important spread of knowledge about it. And the best way is the establishment of underwater archaeological parks. to promote and disseminate knowledge about the heritage, and to involve local communities to ensure a sustainable tourism. So the underwater archaeological parks is a balance between protection, exploitation, and accessibility, boosting the sustainable tourism and which facilitate the promotion and protection. Some of the Mediterranean example in the Mediterranean area are the Underwater Archaeological Park of Baia, where I work in Italy, the Underwater Archaeological Park of Caesarea in Israel, the Croatian Underwater Museum, and recently the Archaeological Park in Alonissos in Greece and Schlendi Underwater Archaeological Park in Malta. So we studied diving tourism, that is a special interest tourism, a niche market within the market of sports tourism or adventure tourism. So it's for us an hybrid form of travel experience. And if you look at the literature concerning scuba diving tourism, it focused the attention on environmental and economic sustainability, but leaving aside the social aspect, like local community involvement. That's why we want to study this study with an holistic approach. So integrating different perspectives, involving different stakeholders, and evaluating different case studies. Just some numbers about the diving tourism. In 2025, the number of PADI is the Professional Association of Diving Instructor, is one of the most famous into the world, and has reaches in 2025 30 million of certificates, 128 members worldwide, 4 million followers on social media, and it's estimated that about 6 million have been diving at least once without certification. About 3 million divers who make one or more trips each year, and about 1 million who approach the sport for the first time. So currently, diving tourism is widespread in 186 countries around the world. And that's why PADI decided to establish a new company, a division, that is PADI Travel in 2020, so during the COVID. And in addition, they launched the PADI Adventures, that is an Apple-based and browser-based digital booking system for scuba diving, snorkeling, and courses. So with your app, for example, I'm here in France, I would like to go to Calanque, and I can book by this app a dive or a diving course at the Calanque. PADI Adventure has made a top 13 diving destination into the world. So the totally unique dives you can book with PADI Adventure. And at the first place, there is the Underwater Archaeological Park of Baia in Italy with Campi Flegrei Diving Center. So the diving market is really interesting. The tourists who travel every year, having as their main motivation to make a dive, are over 6 million, of which about a quarter are European nationals, with an annual growth rate of 16. So the world underwater market is estimated to be around, sorry for the numbers, but I am an economist, and I think that could be interesting to understand the market and the challenges. 4 million in 2022, and projected to exceed 8 to 10 billion by 2030 and 2032. Europe dominates the diving tourism market with a share of turnover increase of around 38%, thanks to the presence of popular underwater destinations. So this is a perspection to the 2030, and you can see scuba diving in the light blue, and the free diving that is increasing the number of free diving. This is also really interesting for snorkeling, for example. And let's see the underwater archaeological tourism. So what is the underwater archaeological tourism? So we integrate the interest in sports and adventure and marine environment with the cultural tourism. And if we give a look to the cultural tourism, we can see that on TripAdvisor analysis, it's increasing, plus 125 in 2018, the first place for the global ranking fasting growing experience. Snorkeling is growing with plus 70%, like cultural and intimate experiences, outdoor activities, and water sports. Let's talk about the digital underwater parks and the MUSAS project. So the MUSAS project was launched by the National Institute of Conservation and Restoration in Rome, was thinked by Barbara Davide, and aims to test a model of integrated monitoring and valorization of the underwater archaeological heritage in museum and in situ collection, so on land and underwater. And this is really important for us to build a network among underwater archaeological sites and museums, so create good practices to be extended and replicated in other sites. The pilot site for the digital underwater parks are Baia in the Bay of Naples and Ignazia in Puglia region. So the project has done 4 phases: archaeological documentation, the diagnostic, the digitalization, and the monitoring. The main outputs of the project are the web portal, the digitalization, the AR reconstruction, VR, digital underwater path through tablets underwater, the environmental monitoring through a network of sensor nodes and underwater internet, and creation of underwater digital parks model for the development of an underwater cultural heritage tourism with the aim of sustainable development involving local community. So these are where are located the underwater archaeological park of Baia and the Ignazia city, the Ignazia Park. There are other sites in the project that are Crotone and Caulon, but the underwater digital parks are in Baia, and this is a video, brief video about the reconstruction of the site in Baia. This is done in Feo di Claudio, the dining room of the Emperor Claudio. And here you can see the reconstruction of the site. It was documented and studied by the National Institute of Conservation and Restoration in Rome. And this is the reconstruction in 3D, how it appeared at Roman's time. So this is how it was. And this is the real visit. So we are in Baia, in the Bay of Naples. So you go diving, and you can see the map of the site, and you can give a look underwater of what it was in Feo di Claudio with the statues. The statues are the copies. The original one are in the museum, so you can have also the link with on land and underwater. And Feo di Claudio is one of the sites of the underwater archaeological park of Baia that has 8 sites. And give the idea and foster other projects. So now in the Museum of Ignazia, there are other reconstruction in 3D for the dissemination of underwater cultural heritage. So the projects and the studies of this example let us to study and to design a tourism system oriented to the underwater cultural heritage. Because as I told before, We have many studies about the scuba diving tourism, but not about the underwater cultural heritage. That is a particular niche market, even because you can integrate the marine environment and the archaeology. So that's why you focus not only on divers, but also non-divers, even because many of these sites of underwater cultural heritage are at shallow water, so you can also visit it by snorkeling, or thanks to digital tools with reconstruction with Oculus Go, for example. And so we have the integration of different companies provided for cultural tourism, diving tourism, and experiences tourism. So let's see some actors of the network of the system. For example, you can link biology and archaeology in the underwater archaeological parks with citizen science. There are different citizen science projects. For example, there is KEL12 in the National Geographic. It has a project with the University of Bologna to make citizen science and monitoring of the species by snorkeling. And then there are other projects, for example, Paddy Dan, basic research divers. There's a network for the environment because different actors work for ocean literacy, for dive against debris, clean up the med, and different projects. A network for cultural heritage, and this is really important, the collaboration with the institution. For example, we have the museum on land and the underwater archaeological park. The school tourism is also really interesting with workshop with school, and this is an example of linking the on-land activities, for example, the mosaic in the Museum of Baia with the mosaic underwater, you can see diving or snorkeling. Then there are the companies provided the underwater tourism services. So not only the PADI, but also the other company like Mares, Boscha for the equipment. It's really important for us spreading knowledge about heritage. It's important so the digital tools, Oculus Go and tablets to help the visit. So we design a network for the underwater cultural heritage, and the hub could be the underwater digital parks. And all the actors are the associations, the research centers, universities, schools, museum, local community, policymakers, creative firms, diving centers, tourist firms, and institutions. So the future perspective for us are create a community of heritage as defined by the Article 2 of Faro Convention. So a group of people who attribute value in specific aspects of cultural heritage and who wish in the context of publication to support and pass them on future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. That was very interesting. Do we have any questions from the audience? Well, I have a few. Oh, we have one here.
So thank you for your presentation. I just want to ask you, when the divers are on the site, is it the guide has been trained and before how to protect the site from the divers and the public?
I talk about the underwater archaeological park of Baia, and here we have a regulation. So only the authorized dive can go in the area and dive in the area, and all the guides are trained, yes, by the park. And there is a regulation and authorization process.
Thank you. Anybody come up with a question from the audience? No? All right. So when it comes to the AR tablets that you have at Baia, can you speak to the cost of using those? How many people elect to use them? How many visitors actually use them proportionately? And any feedback from the divers that you've received on this technology, which allows more accessibility to visiting sites?
We don't have an awareness center, so we have an app that we promote people to use. This app is a serious game you can do with your mobile. You can find the number is increasingly because it's very easy, and it's really important because it's for young people. Many young people love this kind of app. And for VR, we have different sites where you can use it in the museum and close the museum. And this is so a digital tool for people who doesn't want to dive or snorkeling. I don't have the number because it's another company who manage, but I can say that it is growing experience, and the Museum of Campi Flegrei is opening, we hope the next season, another room with all the digitalization and the use of Oculus Go. For now is used by school and by visitors who don't want to dive or snorkel. But in Baia is particular because it's shallow, many people come for the real visit, but it's so useful for people who doesn't want or can't.
It sounds very interesting. And can you just speak to the AR tablets at Baia and how much are those used? How well do they work?
The,
Any feedback from
tablet,
that?
the tablets underwater are using in special event because not everybody can use it, because you should have an advanced divers to dive with the tablet. So for now it is used in a special event, but we are now we are working for new tools. For example, the audio guide to give the opportunity to everybody to have the storytelling during the visit. And we think that this one could be useful and more easy to use.
Great, thank you very much. I commend you for making sites more accessible, even for non-divers.
I would like to make a comment and a question. The comment is that as you are focusing on coastal sites, it was very interesting for me to hear that through technology, you try to interpret at the same time the coastal, the submerged, and the terrestrial part of the same site, because this is something that we don't do always, and we should. The question is, as the depths are not very big, do you receive also minors on site in the park of Baia, for example? I mean, children and adolescents.
Yes, we have also project with schools. There, I forget to say another thing, that we have snorkeling, but we have also a bath with a glass bottom. So this is really nice for children, and adolescents can come by snorkeling and diving. Yes, they come. We have many projects with school, and when they can't come, they have the boat with the glass bottom that it's very useful also for kids.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great, thank you, Christina. Now I would like to invite Timmy Gambin to the podium. He's going to speak to us about the Schlinde Underwater Archaeological Park, the setting up of the world's first deep water archaeological park.
Okay, first of all, thank you to Calliope and all the organizers for inviting me. Actually three things I'd like to point out before I start. One, there are no names of the contributors, and if I manage to keep you awake at least till the end of my presentation, you will understand why. Secondly, you will also notice that this is not part of a very big European project with hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars. Actually, it is very much trying to make the most with what is available and what we have. And thirdly, now building on to what my colleagues just presented, there is a new challenge because the depths that we're going to be speaking about in the next 15 minutes, they start now, my 15 minutes, are much deeper than what is normal, so to speak, for archaeological parks. So this is Schlendi Bay. It is an ancient harbor that has been used for millennia. The earliest piece of archaeology that has been brought up dates to around 2500 BC. And the most recent dates to around 1300 AD, with a lot of material from in between. The harbor used to be much bigger. That is something we're working on this year. So we want to start getting a better understanding of what the ancient landscape was like. Work here has been going on since 1958, not quite 52 to 57, but that's a long time. In fact, probably Schlendi Bay is one of the few archaeological sites where archaeological work has continued. Let's say if you take Le Grand Congluates, 52 to 57, in this case, the earliest project was 1958, with some gaps in between. There's archaeological work still going on today. We are blessed that we have started to gather documentation. This is a map made in 1962. Also some underwater photographs. So they actually started, this is the cusp between hard hat diving and scuba. And does this have a pointer? This one. Thank you. And so the British divers in 58 to 64 worked under this reef to about 60 meters. And I'm going to be focusing on this part over here. And the depths vary from 105 to about 130. I've been working on the site since 2021, and we've been adding layers and layers of data. And to give you an idea of the concentration, I'm just showing you this because I want to build a platform on which we can understand what it is we have to manage. You cannot manage without knowing what you have. So what you have here are reefs, but these all individual dots from side scan, these are all amphoras, and this is just a small section. Yes, we have ROV footage, etc. But in 2021, we started a project to map the site with divers. We don't have the money to have a big research vessel with a big ROV. And this is us, the team working on the survey. And when all things go well, we can cover about 1,000 square meters in a 14-minute dive. You cannot dive more than 3 days in a row. The weather, even in summer, plays up. And in 3 seasons, we managed to cover about 8,000 square meters. Since last year, since 2025, we're deploying the robot from the Department of Archaeology, where I also work. And this is a comparison of what was compiled in 3 seasons with all the difficulties, putting divers down to 105 to 130 meters. And this is an area covered in a 2-hour mission with the robot. So what this allows us to do is, so we can cover the site measures around 70,000 square meters. We can cover the site in about 8 to 10 days of survey. And this allows us to implement repeatability. So we can do a survey every year. This allows us to see whether people have been fishing, if the sediments have moved, if people have been looting, etc. And to give you an idea of the resolution, this area measures approximately 300 by 30 or 40 meters, more or less. So just focus on this area here. And that is from the same survey, I promise you. If you don't believe me, I'll pull it up on Photoshop and you can come and check it out. This is crucial data, not only for the archaeologist, but also for the marine ecologist and marine biologist. They look at corals that grow on the amphorae and compare these to corals that are growing on the coral reefs around which the amphoras are gathered. They can quantify fish. They can also quantify the recovery from fishing, and I'll explain why. This is just an example of the, so that the images before gave you an example of the quantity. That's just one area. Remember that, keep in mind there are 70,000 square meters. Not all with such a concentration, of course, there are big sterile areas. And in the main, this is the variety. I've just put up some nice pictures. There are more varieties. And we also ran a survey to look at whether there are objects in the sediment. And we are almost certain that there is probably the same amount of what we're seeing on the surface underneath the sediments. We do have a plan to put down a test trench to prove or disprove our hypothesis. Now here we're talking about thousands of amphoras. I'm going to contradict myself. I said to manage, you need to know. We don't know how many we have. And I'll be damned if I'm going to be the one counting, you know, on all these amphoras. So we have a fantastic student who who developed a model as part of his master's in maritime archaeology at our university. And now he has applied to read for a PhD developing this model, Pablo. And this will allow us to start counting and to start qualifying. And before this, exercising the UNESCO principles, we will not start to recover amphorae, let's say, for a museum. We need to know how many of type X, how many of type Y before certain decisions, if we need to recover any at all. And we are in this for the long time. So hopefully in this first part, I have made it clear sort of how special, at least to us in Malta, this site is. How long we've been working on it to gather all these data sets to come to this point, and also how complex the site is. And so we took a decision, and when I say we, as a country, to declare this area as an archaeological park. Not easy, because it's not in 4 meters of, if it was in 5 meters, it wouldn't exist. Let's face it. So the first thing you need to do when you declare a park is not just declare it on paper, you need to protect it legally. And the Cultural Heritage Act of Malta, which was updated in 2019 in preparation for the ratification of the convention, which we did in 2021. We are late to the table. Oh, but we're catching up. Okay, we're really working hard to bring our standards up. And the updated Cultural Heritage Act states that the Superintendents of Cultural Heritage, upon the recommendation of Heritage Malta, which is the agency that manages access to sites on land and underwater, can declare an area at sea of an area of archaeological importance at sea. Once that is declared, this means it has a legal protection from a cultural heritage point of view. Then my colleagues at Heritage Malta submit an application to the transport authorities, to the harbour master, and they declare this a protected area, no anchoring, etc. So this gives another level of protection, and you know, all the charts and updated charts have this area. It has 4 virtual buoys, thank God not physical buoys, because we would have destroyed the site in Storm Harry. And you need to declare it, protect it legally, but also protect it physically. In this case, Heritage Malta collaborated with the local council of Munshar, this village with a grand total of about 2,000 inhabitants. On Gozo, they got European funding to restore the tower from the outside and the inside, and we partnered with them to create an attraction inside, but also we gave back the function of the lookout tower to the lookout tower by placing a camera. That's not a looter, that's our small research vessel, and I just wanted to test how good the camera was. And downstairs, we don't have enough amphoras to put back in the sea, but we did bring out some amphoras that from the stores, which were brought up in the late 60s, made a kind of little museum. And we organize open days every Santa Maria weekend. So a weekend where thousands of Maltese go up to Gozo, peak tourism season, and we run open weekends. We also made a dive trail. So any technical diver who wants to come and dive this site has to come through a registered dive school. They are given a full briefing. We did the lay cave line. Why? Because the site is very dangerous, very easy to get lost. Because you go past the reef, you say, okay, and then you go past the reef, I want to see more, I want to see more. Before you know it, you have lost your way from the block. It also saves us from divers exploring outside. And after a few years, if many divers come to visit, we can open up another area. Okay, so we can keep the product fresh. But that is for technical divers. In the slide shown by my colleague, technical divers don't even feature in that graph. So that percentage is minimal. So we need to make people aware of the park. We have, you know, all the banners all around the fishing village, a photo exhibition which we update every 3 years, set up, info kiosk where people walk by, and the Shipwreck Festival, which we run in August, and this year we're going to be running it on the 21st to celebrate the 25th anniversary of the UNESCO festival. And here you can see a 3D model of the Phoenician wreck, which is close by to the site, some artifacts, some other artifacts out of the stores, and our dive into history 360, which is hugely, hugely popular. We also have a commercial element. Now, sticking strictly to the UNESCO convention whereby underwater cultural heritage cannot be commercially exploited. But of course, this in this case, we have on Gozo, we have top-end cruise liners that visit. You know, they have maybe 250 people on board. They can book us. We give a talk, 45 minutes about the park. We take artifacts which we explain. We have students and members of the team And we also do the dive into history 360. Obviously, the fees that are incoming get pumped in back into the park. But fine, these are people who visit, people who come over in Santa Maria weekend. What about a global audience? I'm going to soon finish. We have our underwater museum, okay, underwatermalta.org. Many sites which date from the Phoenician shipwreck to planes that crashed in the 1940s. Our heritage, the cutoff line is 50 years. Okay, so anything that has been submerged, semi-submerged for 50 years or more is considered as underwater cultural heritage. Anyway, so somebody can visit the site, click on various aspects, read about the objects, get even further into the objects. And if anybody dives the site, this is what they can experience. Right. So in the beginning, I said that I didn't put any names. Why? Because obviously I'm here presenting, on the stage. It's as though I dived, I built the tower in the 15th century or whatever. But the reality is that you cannot do a project like this without a fantastic team. And most of the people you see here are not professionals. It doesn't mean they are unprofessional. It simply means that they're not paid to be on the project. Our dive safety officer, obviously, he keeps us safe. He's paid. Our doctor, okay, I won't tell you who he is, but he's mad and he's a great, great expedition doctor. Obviously, us, we're paid by our institutions, but we have students, we have interns. And believe you me, that you don't, it's great. European projects are great and massive fundings are great. But if you have the will and you're able to get a fantastic group of people together, you're able to do good things, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Timmy, for presenting this great example. It seems like you've been moving quick to establish this projection and valorize it. Does anybody have any questions from the audience? We have one here.
Just to check, okay, I'm coming from Greece. We have an archaeological law, etc., etc. But hearing you, I could not understand who, what institution, university, minister or something is responsible for this park, and who is declaring it an area, a conservation area? Who is asking and who
Yes,
is...
yes, of course. Maybe my accent is a bit heavy. So in Malta, there are two institutions that by law take care of cultural heritage. There is the Superintendence of Cultural Heritage, which is the regulator. If as the university I have an excavation, I need to apply to them with my methodology, okay? Then you have a second institution, which is Heritage Malta, which is the operator. So if you want to visit one of our UNESCO World Heritage Site temples, you go, you buy a ticket, and Heritage Malta is responsible for the maintenance of that temple, etc. Now, a few years ago, we had a vision saying, that's great, but why shouldn't the same principle apply to underwater sites? So now there is the system whereby Heritage Malta manages heritage sites underwater. Yes, sir.
We have one more question from the audience.
Thank you. This is an awesome project, and congratulations on pulling together big volunteer teams and folks
Thank you.
to be interested. I wondered if you guys are going to do any diver surveys. So, you know, after people dive or if they're going to dive, do you collect statistics on, you know, who they are, where they're coming from, gender, and also motivations? Because, you know, there's different types of divers, obviously, that dive on sites deep. They do it for different reasons. Sometimes it's cultural heritage. A lot of times it's just the adventure. So I'm interested in understanding diverse statistics and motivations.
Yes, that's a very good question. I wish I could get my colleague on stage to answer that, but she'll kill me in the lunch break, so I'm going to try and answer that. So the simple answer is yes. So as a small country, we do have disadvantages, but we also have some major advantages. One is geography. You know, we don't have, I think the coastline presented by my colleague of the national park is probably more than the coastline of our entire nation. So that makes it good for diving because it's accessible. It makes it good for us because it's easy to monitor, etc. My colleague does keep statistics. The good thing about the system is that in order to dive, these sites, this is one of 6, how many sites? This is one of 20 underwater cultural heritage sites. The shallowest is 55 meters, and the deepest is around 120. You have to go through a dive school which registers with Heritage Malta. Before every new group, when a new group arrives, they've got to read and sign the terms of conditions. These have to be submitted to Heritage Malta, and Heritage Malta keep a database. So we know exactly who went where, with which boat, because the boat needs to be registered with Heritage Malta as well. We also, this is being broadcast. We also have other systems in place to follow up divers who have dived our sites. So is it perfect? No, but we all know that you can't put a fence and a CCTV camera on the water every time, but we just managed to get some funds together, and we're going to have a system for monitoring, which I won't say now, but next time, if I'm invited back, I will present this system. And just one more thing, and then you can shut me up. But when we came to introduce the system of access, we found a lot of resistance from dive schools because they thought they were the only ones who knew about that site, and the boatman. Now the dive schools and the dive boats owners who are registered with us have become our best policemen, actually. You have a
Great,
comment?
thank you. I believe we have one more question.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. My question was almost similar to the previous one. I'm here. Okay, so first of all, I want to know how do you manage to get back the funds you invested in this project? As much I understand, it's the divers, the visitors are selected. So how do you make this selection? Because it's a deep water diving, so it's kind of dangerous, for me at least. So how do you manage to choose the divers, the tourist divers, and how do you promote this, your site? Yes, how do you promote your site and etc. And thank you.
Okay. Actually, I forgot to say one thing. Although technical diving is not present on that graph, one of the things I think we're doing, and maybe inadvertently, but we're kind of being ahead of the curve, because I believe that the more time passes, the more accessible technical diving will become. So rather than being one step behind and catching up with the diving community, as what happened with scuba, we're trying to be a step ahead. So I forgot to mention that, but so that's out. How do we choose our team? Very, very, very carefully. We have a small core. There are divers out there who are, maybe fantastic divers with 10 stars, etc. But we have a lot. The essence of a team is of a dive team is team. Okay, when you have somebody who's got 10 stars diving and they believe that so it's a very small core team. We've been working together for years and years and years. They're very patient with me because I'm not a technical diver. I'm a teacher that dives. So, so that answers your first question. And your second question was, how do we promote it?
Yes, how do you promote it?
I wanted to say one thing, and this may be a bit shocking, but it is the reality. Technical divers don't like amphoras. I will say it again. Technical divers do not like amphoras. And I think you had the same issue with the placing the amphoras back. You said not many people go. Why? To us, I see a photo with 4 different amphoras. We can talk 2 hours about it. But for the technical diver, you see one amphora, you've seen them all. You give them a huge pile, they go round once, twice. Okay, now what? Give them rust and metal. Give them guns and planes, and now you may tell me that I know what I'm saying, but it's true. So we open the park. If there are technical divers who want to book it, we've had one group. Okay, now in June we have another group coming. The other sites. World War I, 156 meters of metal and rust, very interesting stories, etc. But it's the most popular dive. It's promoted by Malta Tourism Authority, by the dive schools themselves, because now we have the system. Malta has become kind of like a mecca for technical diving. Okay? I hope that answers your question. Thank you. You had
just one.
Please, because they want to go to lunch and they're going to. I'm going to be to blame.
They don't mind.
No, of course. Listen,
It's
I can
just
speak
sort of-
in the talking Olympics. I will win a gold medal.
It's a very short question. Do you think that the limit, this depth limit, is really the limit for scientific technical diving?
Yes. So
thank you. That is
so
enough.
No. The seabed is the limit, ma'am. So the deepest scientific project that we do is at 126 meters. Our cutoff depth is 120, but because this site is the site we're working on is so special, we're making an exception. However, I must say that we do have wrecks which are in 400, 600 meters, and Heritage Malta have a system whereby a super yacht with a submarine, for example, can purchase access with the supervision of a Heritage Malta officer on board now. So this is for diving. I didn't mention, obviously I didn't mention the other side. So we actually provide paid access to much deeper sites. Okay? Bon appetit.
Just like to thank our speakers and our audience for their attention and questions. Now, Jafar will tell you about lunch. When should we come back from lunch, Jafar?
Ask Professor Baika.
All right, we'll ask the boss.
It's now 1:30. So, you have the answer. 40 minutes. Yeah. So at 2:10.
Hello, everyone. Now it's time to start our third session for the day, and I would like to invite Dr. Dimitris Kourkoumelis Rodostamos for his presentation on approaching the underwater cultural heritage, the experience of the accessible underwater sites among Greece. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for Ms. President. And I would like to thank the University of Aix-Marseille, my university, in fact, for the invitation and coming back after more than 1/4 of a century. And well, really, it's a pleasure for me to be here and to participate to this Congress. First of all, I'm always starting my presentation concerning the accessible underwater archaeological site by this Article 303 of the UNCLOS Convention. That is, I think it's really the base of all these meetings and all this progress that happened these last years. And I think that this obligation of the states that they have ratified the UNCLOS Convention, the obligation to protect the object of archaeological and historical nature found at sea, is really crucial. And that was the base of the creation of the 2001 Convention of the UNESCO. So I will not surprise anybody to show the interest that the human beings they're having for diving and to see what's happened under the sea. I think that is really coming from the beginning of the humanity till now, and especially what we have seen in the previous section with all these dives that happen here at Marseille. So the evolution of the dive have really progressed till now, as Jimmy was presenting for Malta, this extreme scientific technical dive depth. So I will talk about Greece and what is happening in Greece with the accessible sites. So we have the chance and also the obligation to protect about more than 6,000 islands and islets and more than 13,500 kilometers of coastline. Also, more than 8,000 years of navigation in the Eastern Mediterranean that creates a lot of potential for the underwater cultural heritage. Since the creation of the effort of underwater antiquity, the Department of the Ministry of Culture in '76, 10 years after the DRASM, a lot of research have been executed, and a lot of sites have been found, shipwrecks, archaeological site, coastal site, as well as deep shipwrecks. I'm showing you this last find a few years ago of a shipwreck between Kythera and the Peloponnese in the depth of 225 meters with amphoras from the 4th century BC. Also, this specific area of the Eastern Mediterranean has a lot of modern and recent shipwrecks that they are under protection. The first two dives, the two photographs here, you can see that they are coming from the Britannic shipwreck at 120 meters, the limit. What, this? Yes. Mm-hmm. So in Greece, we have more than 186 underwater archaeological sites that they are officially declared at the official gazette. 91 shipwrecks that they are potential accessible sites, 108 recent shipwrecks that they are protected as cultural monuments, and more than 1,400 known shipwreck positions. You can see the dots here, that it's really it's explained exactly how the density of shipwrecks in this area. Of course, this potential underwater cultural heritage have suffered a lot from divers, for professional divers, for trawlers, as well as from human intervention. I'm not coming here in details, I just show you these photographs just as an example, as well as shipwrecks that they have been looted, and there are a lot of them. And now, as far as we are diving, as far as we are finding shipwrecks, we are really have the possibility to recognize and to see exactly the disaster of this kind of underwater cultural heritage. You can see the amphoras from the wreck of the Donusa Island, a recent discovery, and also the 6 similar amphoras that they have been found in different places by the police, and they probably were coming from this shipwreck. Very often, the police department of Greece found persons that they have illicit objects coming from shipwrecks. That is really very often. So we have a huge potential, and also we have a huge responsibility. And one of these are the accessibility of the underwater cultural heritage in Greece. We know that for years, for decades, since the diving was coming very popular in the 50s, there was always a request to accede to the underwater cultural heritage, the official, let's say, accessibility to the underwater cultural heritage, because the unofficial was already existing. So here in Greece, for instance, we have 4 sites that they are now officially declared as accessible for divers. Everybody knows, you have heard about Peristera, the famous 4th century BC, that I make a parenthesis here. This is not an archaeological park. This is an archaeological site. The archaeological park is completely different, and it's not an archaeological park. It's an archaeological, underwater archaeological site. And you can see some images, divers visiting this archaeological site of Peristera, where we have installed some presentation and some marks where the divers can read some information about the wreck. But even if they have a lot of information, the more usual questions that divers that they have dived to the Peristera shipwreck, you know what it is? We didn't saw the ship, because they cannot imagine that what they see and what we are calling shipwreck, in fact, is not a shipwreck. It's the cargo. For them, the shipwreck is the ship, is the propellers, is the anchors, is that is a ship. That's not a ship. That is a cargo, in fact. And the 3 other sites that they are at the West Pagasetic Gulf, there are 2 shipwrecks and 1 anchorage site. What we have for the protection of all these sites is that, at least for Peristera, and now recently, we are going to have it for the 3 other sites. We're having underwater cameras that they are looking over the archaeological site 24 hours a day, as well as land cameras that are protecting the site for intrusion from the land. I'm not sure that this solution is the optimum solution for the protection of the underwater archaeological site. I suppose that in the future, we will find other ways, less expensive and more easy to use than these cameras. So I will show you also some statistics about the number of visitors. We have, in fact, for the 5 years that the archaeological site of Peristera is working, is open, we have really a stability of visitors. To the other 3 sites of the West Pagasetic, the frequency is very, very short. And that is due to reasons that I will not explain. They're quite complicated. That there are really some reasons that we can really recognize now, and we know why these sites are not really easy accessible to divers. You can see here to the statistics that for Peristera, for the shipwreck of Peristera, how stable is the possibility of the visitors that are going to the shipwreck, and how during the months when the site is open, how it increases the curve for the period where the tourism is really more important to the island. Also, we have some other sites. Despina will talk to you about Pavlopetri, that they are accessible because they are in shallow water, so everybody can see them using Palme Mascotuba, such as the ancient Epidor or Pavlopetri that Despina will talk to you just after me. That here we don't have really some statistics about the visitor, and it's completely impossible to have, because they are sites that are very easy to access. So it's not really measurable to see how many children, big persons are visiting this site. But there are sites that we have the possibility. We have added some marks. They are really having some information. 5 minutes, perfect. And so we know that they are visitable. Also, we have the modern shipwrecks that they are also accessible to divers. And finally, of course, the awareness centers of Alonissos and Amaliapoli. You heard about that. But now I will finally, for the last 5 minutes, talk to you very quickly about the new project of the Ministry of Culture, that is the National Museum of Underwater Antiquities. It's going to be the first museum, thematic museum for underwater antiquities all over the world. Because all the other museums, you know, the Vasa, the Mary Rose, they are having as their principal theme is one shipwreck. Here, we are going to present more than 100 shipwrecks all over Greece and more than 30 archaeological sites. Dr. Kalamara also has worked on this during her direction of the F48, had worked in this creation of this museum that now we hope that it's going to end. At the Silo of Piraeus, these granaries of the Piraeus harbor that are going to be restored, and they will be added also a new building that will cover all this period. I give you some details. I think that this creation of this museum will help, in fact, the protection and the knowledge about the underwater archaeology and in general the underwater archaeology. We have 6 different sections of the exhibition, and I will show you also some photorealistics. I hope that soon they will not photorealistic images, they will be real images. Here you can see, for example, the presentation of the Antikythera shipwreck, and also some of the finds that will be exhibited in this new museum. They're coming from different periods, coming from the prehistoric time till the Second World War. That will cover almost all these periods. And finally, I will coming back to what I was saying for the beginning of my presentation, to the 2001 convention that is really promoting and saying that we must give access to the underwater cultural heritage. But there's always a but. The accessibility of the underwater cultural heritage must not be the main issue, but it must be the final issue. And exactly that, I think, is what it is very important for all of us that we are archaeologists. At the end, I want to offer this presentation to a friend that passed away this week. It was a colleague, a photographer, one of the most valuable employees of the Ephorate of Underwater Antiquities, a great friend with a huge sense of humor. Dr. Calamara, you know him, also Calliope and Despina. He passed away, and really I wanted to give a short thing to his memory. Thank you very much.
Wait. Thank you for the overview and, of course, for the touching ending. But are there any questions in the audience? Yes, please.
Thank you. It's about when you presented the statistics of the visitors, of the underwater accessible underwater sites. There were some free admission, a part of free admission and a part of tickets. Could you explain a bit more on that? Because I saw that a big percentage of the actual visitors comes from free admission. So what is this? Is like an internal from the effort?
For the Peristera site, there is a ticket that divers must pay to the Ministry of Culture, to the NEM. And that is 50 euros. But there is a free admission for several categories of persons, for young infants or very old as me. I don't pay anymore, even if I'm not. So that is why you can see the free admission to this calculation.
She meant on the table we have a before and after, because that fee was established in 2022 for Peristera. So no means before the establishment of the ticket. Was free. It was
Yeah.
and
The
do
students, for
archaeologists
example, they
pay
don't
a
pay.
fee? It's like the actual on land archaeological sites that if you, for example,
No, no, no.
archaeologists you
That
visit
is concerning the divers.
Ah.
That is concerning the divers. It's not nothing to do with the awareness center. It's only the divers that are visiting the site of Peristera.
the site underwater, the underwater
Yes,
site.
yes, yes. For the other,
Just to
yes.
make it clear.
That's why I'm talking about divers.
Okay. And is there a plan, maybe it's too far, for archaeologists, underwater archaeologists, the ones that have a certificate, to visit for free the archaeological site? I mean, in terms of research or even for personal experience, like we do for the on-land sites, where
Yes,
archaeologists can visit for free.
It's exactly the
So
same. As an archaeologist, as the way that an archaeologist is visiting an archaeological museum, an archaeological site, is exactly the same thing. To afterwards, as he's diving, what he's going to pay to the diving club is something else.
The service is a
That
different thing.
that is
Yes,
something
yes.
else that the Ministry of Culture is not involved in that. Where it is involved at the moment that a person has the free entrance to the archaeological site, it doesn't pay.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any more questions?
Yeah, thank you. I would like to ask if the camera you put on the site to monitoring and have surveillance, is it okay? And do you have to retrieve it very often to change the battery and etc.? And has it been stolen or something like this? Because if we are putting it in Marseille Bay, I think it just didn't take a week to disappear.
No, for instance, we don't have any incidents of this sort. Also, as these cameras are transmitting 24 hours a day, it's not possible for somebody to take them out. Of course, somebody can do that, as everywhere, but we didn't have any incident of this kind with the cameras. But in my opinion, this solution, it's not a very economic solution. And especially when you have to deal with public services where the funds and the use of the funds, it's very difficult. So I don't think is the optimal solution. It needs a lot of recoveries. It's quite complicated, but it's very useful. It's very, very useful.
And about this, it's me. Yeah.
Pardon.
About this monitoring by camera, maybe I missed it, but who does the monitoring 20 hours per day?
Who is watching? Who is watching? No, normally we have. Yes, we have the possibility of. It's completely impossible to ask to somebody to watch 24 hours a day to see fishes passing in front of a camera. He's going to be mad. So the problem is that we are trying to have a system of recognizing potential intrusion to the site. It's not very well au point. It's a little bit, but I suppose that in the next years, it's going to be quite easy for recognizing the potential intrusion to the site.
And I think for example, our camera, 80% of its impact is that the fishermen see it over there.
Mm.
That is even more important than having somebody or our Lord, watching 24. They see, and they think twice.
Yes, yes. And it's And exactly what Jimmy was saying a few hours ago is that me too, I don't think that divers are interested anymore to amphoras. And if they want to pick up amphoras, they can find it everywhere else and not pass to archaeological site or to places that they are protected. So I don't think so that the problem is there. It's just a kind of decoy. You know what is decoy? What the hunters were using for calling the ducks. They was putting false ducks all over the place. They were thinking that they are there. And exactly the cameras, they are having this use of decoys, that they are there to giving a protection, but I don't think so that there will be any problems. Look exactly in France at the Frioul, where they have put all these amphoras of the Grand Conglouet, that nothing happened. And they don't, eh? No, there were two places that you have put amphoras, no?
Yeah, in Yolon, there is amphora.
Yeah.
But in the Frioul, half of the amphora which were placed in 2010 has disappeared now.
Half of the amphoras of the Grand Conglouet have been disappeared?
Yeah. There is still 100, almost 100 on site, but at the beginning, there were 200 on site.
No, I was thinking
One
that
last question,
it wasn't that the problem. eh?
Yes, as Magali said, there's a problem because some of the amphora in the fuel, when they arrive to cut the iron cable, disappeared, part of the amphora. But in any case, I agree with you. Sport divers are not really interested in amphora because now the law are very hard and it's not so easy to sell here. The amphora, they are not interested. But the looters, the professional looters, yes, because this is one amphora have a price, and so this could be the problem. This could be the problem, not the diver
Divers, yeah.
of the club. No, diver club. I don't think so. And I agree with you with the camera because they have made this experience in, if you remember well, in the Pozzino shipwreck in the 80s, well, with another system, but there was camera they put there, and it failed completely for two reasons. The first was that no one could stay one day after one day looking 24 hours a camera, looking fish, and because after a little bit they fall in tombé en panne, and so no one changed it. A little bit, some years, 1 year after, no one work.
Just one.
Yeah.
I just wanted to clarify. When I said divers were not interested in amphoras, I meant for tourism, not for, because there's always somebody interested today. I didn't mean for looting. I meant specifically for tourism. Divers are more interested in modern wrecks. Just to make that clear.
First of all, the cameras are. We can see they have an electricity from a photovoltaic, so they don't have battery. They don't need battery. Okay, they need 3 or 4 or 5 times per year conservation. Since now we didn't have a problem with a very bad condition on sea, but it might happen. A cable might break or something. Okay. So it is difficult for us because it's in Alonissos and we are based in Athens, so it's not so easy. It is expensive, okay. The good thing is that we have all the time πώς το λένε, surveillance. Surveillance is not only the security thing. We can have it on the internet, on our site where we are planning to have it, it's not someone who's watching, it's everybody watching. You can show it on the CAC. So this is how the people know that somebody will see them if they go there, because it's 5 cameras and 1 outside. So they don't dare go and steal the camera. I mean, they believe that someone will see them. And the good thing is we cannot, of course, we cannot see all the cameras for 24 hours per day, 5 cameras in Peristera and in other, but it is, we have a drive, and the video of the last 3 days, we have it. So each looter knows that we will find him. We will know who he was, okay, how he came, where from. We have a camera outside. So this is prevention. They don't go because, of course, they don't go also because in Alonisos, like before we heard, all the people love Peristera and the project, etc., and this played a role in all this, of course.
That's why I was saying that we know now exactly the conditions that can direct to an accessible site. And one of these conditions is the distance between the area where the site is and the Coast Guards. If you are doing, for example, a site in an island that nobody can go, can you imagine, even if I have 20 cameras, what I'm going to do? Nothing. The time to call the Coast Guards and the Coast Guards go there, it will be a lot of time to pass. So I don't think so that really that is the main solution. I don't know what is going to be the solution, but
Well,
probably.
thank you very much. There are 2 questions. If we keep them quick, I think we should be on time. Thank you. Yes, of course, yes.
Thank you for the presentation. Can I ask one more question? Yes.
We have another 2 questions, but yeah.
In your presentation, you mentioned that Peristera is an accessible archaeological site and it is not a park.
Yes.
Can you tell us what would have been different if it was a park?
What is an archaeological park? Can you tell me? Do you know? Exactly, that is my answer. Yes, exactly. According to the Maltese law, but in Greece, do we have a law about the archaeological park? No.
Yeah, exactly. That was my question.
We are talking at the moment that we are talking for accessible sites in Greece. We are talking about the Greek legislation. That is the point.
Hi, hello.
Yes.
I just wanted to make a very brief comment. Yes, just a very brief comment. So I'm not an underwater archaeologist. I'm just enthusiast about underwater heritage. I came to know this place 1 year ago in a project meeting where these cameras were presented, and I thought it was really fascinating way to know a place. So every time I meet a friend, I'm explaining something about sharing, this passion about underwater cultural heritage. I show this website, and then we are in Azores or in Portugal, and then suddenly we are in Greece, we are underwater, we are seeing like, like a place and its history, and it's just like, I think it's very interesting in this way because it's opening window. Even if we are not going there to dive, or even if it's not the best way to protect, and of course, keeping a system of cameras, and it's very expensive and all of this, but it's also like an opportunity for sharing this. And webcams in the tourism world are more and more used. You have like a lot of people who are planning their trips, and they see webcams in where they are going. sometimes there is also people who just see webcams of some places they would like to go or that they went in the past. So also for people who were maybe diving there, it's a way they share this experience with somebody they know. So for dissemination and for sharing, it's something really useful and interesting. And also maybe for promotion, if there is at least one cam that is, for instance, in one of these websites that are showing on land streams in Greece, maybe if they see, okay, there is a mountain, there is a beach, there is a nice place, and then there is suddenly underwater place, maybe through this channel they will also be curious and interested in visiting it. So it can also be a way to promote, to attract people that were not expecting to have this interest in first place. So I think as a non-professional in this area, I think it's a passionate way and interesting way to access it.
Well, just I will not answer. I just want to say that I am, and I'm talking about me, I'm an archaeologist. I become underwater archaeologist afterwards. My studies, my diploma is archaeologist. So first of all, I'm an archaeologist. Afterwards, yes, I take a specialization to be an underwater afterwards. First that. In the second hand, exactly, have you heard of a conference for the land sites or for the land archaeology with talking about stakeholders, economy, and tourism? Never. You will not heard of a congress about archaeology talking about these matters. Is exactly that the underwater archaeology has this particular meaning to be connected with, let's say, private societies, such as the diving centers, for example, that makes this difficult way of living together. And that is exactly what we are going to find in front of us for the next year. And what I'm hoping is that the new museum will exactly help to make understand that difference between economy and tourism, and also cultural heritage in general. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite Ms. Pari Kalamara, and she will present today the presentation of Underwater Cultural Tourism in Greece, Lessons Learned and Challenges for the Future. Please.
Hello, I'm very glad to be with you today, and I would like, first of all, to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity, as well as for the excellent preparation of the conference. What I will present to you are the steps the main public agency responsible for the underwater cultural heritage in Greece, the Ephorate of Underwater Antiquities, followed between 2018 and 2021 in order to open underwater cultural heritage sites to scuba divers and recreational diving. It was the moment that this public entity decided to be actively involved in this endeavor and to support, to enhance accessibility to UCH, and at the same time strengthen this type of alternative tourism. Until then, a law of 2005 provided the legal framework for such an initiative, but in practice, it proved to be largely ineffective. It is also important to note that before this law, recreational scuba diving in Greece, in Greek water, was generally prohibited. As a result, till 2018, There was no prior experience in this field, and the archaeological community was influenced by a prevailing sense of risk and perceived threats for the underwater cultural heritage. So, what was our ultimate goal at that moment? Quite simply, to make it possible for the public to visit underwater cultural assets. In other words, to create underwater museums. This was the term already mentioned by the aforementioned law of 2005. The concept of museum was deemed fitting because a museum, by definition, is a space open to the public. Accessibility is an inherent characteristic of the term. And what kind of underwater assets were we referring to? Broadly, two categories. Ancient monuments and sites, according to the Greek law for the protection of antiquities, that means the ones dated up to 1830, and historical monuments and sites, meaning those that dated from 1830 onwards, primarily any shipwreck that sank more than 50 years ago. Since scuba diving was the core activity under consideration, our focus naturally fell on shipwrecks located at medium and greater depths, rather than on shallow, near-shore, submerged antiquities associated with ancient coastlines. Nevertheless, in 2018, the first sites to be open to scuba divers had already been designated by decisions of the Hellenic Ministry of Culture, as you can see on the map showing these locations across Greece. You need two declarations to do that. First declaration as archaeological site, and second declaration as accessible archaeological site. Among them, the four sites in Thessaly that were given priority for several reasons, mainly the commitment and determination of the various local stakeholders, as also Angelos Maglis, and the secure of the needed subsidy. These, what I want to emphasize, I stay here, concerning these four sites, is that these sites differ significantly from one another in every respect: the type of cultural asset, its conservation status, the depth, the nature of the seabed, environmental conditions, visibility, distance from the shore, and more. We therefore had to manage a wide range of discrepancies and challenges. It is also worth noting that according to the scuba diving community, only one of the above-mentioned Thessaly sites was considered truly significant and attractive as a tourist destination, the Peristera shipwreck that everybody mentions in this conference, that is dated to the 5th century before Christ. Let's move to the practical side. How did we proceed in order to reach our goal? What could serve as a solid pathway? One of the most important tools we had during that period was the European cooperative project BlueMed, under the coordination of the region of Thessaly, an interdisciplinary initiative that provided the framework we needed to experiment and test ideas. That was really needed. Through BlueMed, our collaboration with the University of Patras, Atlantis SA, and the Italian and Croatian partners exposed us to solutions and procedures already implemented, but not sufficient, in other countries, providing us with valuable comparative experience in order to develop comprehensive solutions. Within the BlueMed project, we were required to organize Peristera shipwreck as a pilot site. By the end of the project, Peristera opened to recreational scuba diving in a sustainable and controlled manner. The real thing was achieved. The actions we undertook were numerous, often running in parallel, a truly multi-layered effort. First of all, the legislative framework had to be reviewed and reformed. We developed a holistic proposal for the management of accessible underwater archaeological sites, AUAS, and historical wrecks, which was this plan incorporated into two laws, one of the 2020 on special forms of tourism and the other on 2020 ratification of the Code of Legislation for the Protection of Antiquities and Cultural Heritage in general. I forgot to change this. These are the two laws. This new framework marked a shift from the concept of underwater museums to accessible underwater archaeological sites as far as the ancient monuments were concerned. The new term more accurately reflects the nature of underwater cultural heritage we are usually dealing with, according to the Greek laws, of course, and allowed us to adopt reliable, stable management provisions similar to those used for terrestrial archaeological sites. In addition, the Ministry of Culture relinquished the responsibility of accompanying visitors divers and established a cooperation model with scuba diving centers. These centers already had the expertise and infrastructure to safely guide divers on a daily basis, and training courses for their staff was also organized. Secondly, the effort reached out to all stakeholders involved in the process, government agencies, diving professionals, diving centers. No, it was my option. Fishermen, scuba diving instructors, and local communities. Through presentations and targeted meetings, we exchanged ideas, improved our planning, and ensured broader acceptance and smoother operation of the AUAS finally. This process helped establish a stable and ongoing relationship between the FOR8 and all stakeholders. Besides, the FOR8 revisited the 4 designated sites in Thessaly multiple times, conducting on-site underwater surveys because these sites had long to be visited, to be assessed, to familiarize its staff with every aspect of its location. These included documenting the different cultural assets and understanding the specific conditions of its sites. Experimentation with new technical tools to enable year-round 24/7 monitoring of the site took also place in collaboration with the Polytechnic School of Athens and a private technical company. NUS, an experimental device, was successfully tested at Peristera. It was the device you've seen before. Of course, it can be ameliorated, and it has a cost that we need. I understand the official aspect of how to conserve all this, but such type of systems are found in every museum. So the cost is balanced with them in reality. Taking risks was an inevitable part of such an innovative attempt, but the result was encouraging. Following on, micro-planning for each site was needed once it had been documented. We developed a detailed micro-planning addressing spatial parameters as marine zone involved and points of cultural interests and the possible diving itineraries, in some cases, more than one. The planning had to be both sustainable for the cultural assets and the environment, and at the same time visitor-oriented, since the diverse experience was a key consideration. Moreover, since a specific approval process must be followed for the planning to be reviewed and validated by the competent bodies of the Hellenic Ministry of Culture, not divers, a dedicated study had to be prepared for each site. a study on the organization of the visit of each site, and it was required to include all elements related to the documentation and operation of the site. These very requirements were clarified for the first time during the preparation of the studies for the AUAS of Thessaly. In addition, an operational regulation for the first AUAS, Peristera, was drafted, and the necessary staff was assigned to monitor the site. Peristera, this could be used as blueprints for other regulations. To wrap up, the new legislative framework that was passed and began to be implemented in 2020 concerns recreational cultural tourism at both underwater archaeological sites and ancient shipwrecks, as well as historic shipwrecks. For historic shipwrecks, the Ministry of Culture decides which allow recreational diving, after which its role is limited to a simple prior notification to the F48 of underwater antiquities. The recent law on recreational diving does not fully address issues related to the sustainable and safe visitation of coastal underwater sites, which presents different challenges from shipwrecks, and therefore require the development of a distinct managerial framework within the limits of the existing legislation. Since 2020, underwater cultural heritage has found its place among the cultural goods accessible to the public in Greece. This development has not only enhanced the protection of these assets, but also promoted a more inclusive approach, particularly for specialized communities such as scuba divers. Collaboration and interdisciplinary approach, experimentation, communication among all stakeholders, and multi-layered coordination of actions were some of the key factors that led to the desired outcome. And some suggestions for the future. I believe that determining criteria for the UCH sites that can be made accessible to the public should be determined finally. For example, this criteria should take into account the importance of fragility of its asset, its estimated attractiveness as a tourist destination, the presence or absence of diving centers in the region, etc. Secondly, developing strategies to overcome any challenges related to the profile or characteristics of each site. In my opinion, it's important to based on interpretation through new technologies and storytelling methods. Thirdly, considering the prerequisite for creating a competitive tourist destination. Do we have to create clusters of AUAS in a region? Do we have to create thematic routes or destinations? Of course, reduce the time required for an AUAS to be organized. And finally, thinking about the environmental imprint of the recreational cultural diving activities in the scope to comply with ESG principles. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there any questions?
I understand that I think you made a comparison between cameras and museums, that every museum has a camera.
Yes, that was a small part of the
Yes, but I think it's important to point out the difference in investment. If I understood well, there are 1,400 sites in Greece underwater. To put a camera on 1,400 sites is just not feasible, even if there are 1,400 museums on land. You cannot, in my opinion.
I totally agree. But first of all, we don't have declared 1,800 sites as accessible. For the moment, there are, I think, 10, something around like that. And these were nominated, were declared from around 2005-6. And it was impossible to open them because of the conceived threats for the underwater sites. So these were the first to be opened. And to be experimented on cameras that was not at all easy. There was no cameras till then for the underwater environment. And these cameras were supposed to be connected and give alarm to the center of, there is a specialized center in the ministry, each time that there was an intruder. I'm not sure that this was managed finally to be completed. But it was a way for us also to see what was happening. It was a way for the minister to be convinced that we could do that without dangers. And finally, as I've heard before, these cameras could be used in other ways. The comparison with museums that I made, I've found it in different levels, storytelling and interpretation, tools of augmented reality that are prescribed for some of these sites in order to make them more attractive, as in the Pagasetic, where you can't find, it was an excavated site, you see nothing anymore, were introduced in order to arrive to something interesting for the visitors. And I hope to be able to see these sites once organized. So,
Thank you. Thank you.
thank you.
Any other questions?
No.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, of course. Despina Kutsumba will now present community engagement and awareness as key factors for protecting underwater cultural heritage. The case of Paolo Petri, Elafonisos, Greece. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you all. I'm going to I'm going to be the opposite from the Malta paradigm, because you were talking about the deep water, the total deep water, 160. I'm talking about shallow water. I'm not talking, not even about divers. No divers are allowed in Pavlo Petri, okay, because it's dangerous for the place. So I'm the opposite of the Malta paradigm, but it's very, very nice. So what we see here is, this is Elafonisos Island. There is Kythera Island. And this is the bay of the prehistoric settlement, which is inhabited. Let's begin. Okay, when we say we mean the F48 of Underwater Antiquities. We mean the Greek Ministry of Culture, which is responsible for protection, first of all, protection, and second, enhancement of underwater archaeological sites in Greece. I had to put this slide because the previous day I was hearing from other countries of some companies or things like that. In Greece, the legal frame, you heard it about it before, it's very strict. All antiquities belong to the state, and there is a state public service, the F48, for the whole Greece, which protects and manages all the archaeological sites, museum, etc., etc. So this is the site of Pavlo Petri. Oh, What? No. Here. All these submerged and partly submerged and coastal. This is Peloponnese, southern Laconia. Elafonisos is an island, but Pavlopetri is in the inland. Okay, it's in Peloponnese. Elafonisos is here. Why we're talking about Elafonisos? Because it is the municipality of Elafonisos, and this part belongs to the municipality of Elafonisos. So the part of the inland belongs to the very, very, very small island, which also is the smallest municipality in Greece, with 300 to 350 inhabitants. Okay, it's the smallest. Everything is small. Why we're talking about this? It's one of the very well-known places for tourists in Greece. Even the most famous plaza, Simos, that we have in our tourist affiches, is in Elafonisos Island, here, in Elafonisos Island. So this plaza is the same as this, because this was connected, of course, by the on the third millennium, before Christ. This was connected. It was not, the Elafonisos was not an island, it was connected, and here, exactly here, it was, let's say, a bay, and in the third millennium before Christ, at the early Bronze Age, a settlement, a big settlement flourished, early Helladic settlement, and it flourished until the end of the Mycenaean world. And today it is partly submerged. The place here also, and this is very important, is Natura 2000, all this. The island of Elafonisos, the Pavlopetri, which is here, and all the inland here, is declared as a Natura 2000 area because of very rich sand dunes and Mediterranean seasonal lakes and an important wetland. The settlement of Pavlopetri, I won't tell you more. You can read about the Pavlopetri. It was first discovered in 1968 by Nicholas Fleming, and it was even then there was a publication at 1969. So it was well known in the archaeological community, and it started being known also in Peloponnese. But I'm sure you know that after, in 2009, we came back with the British school at Athens, and we conducted a new excavation. And at that time, BBC made a big documentary film about Pavlopetri. And this is how it is worldwide known, Pavlopetri. Of course, when you see the documentary, you cannot understand what is today Pavlopetri. You just imagine what was Pavlopetri. You don't even see Elafonisos in that documentary film, but okay, it plays an important role in the whole thing. When we say buildings in Pavlopetri, we mean this. We mean the plan. We mean the lower one or two series of stones, okay? Because everything else was mud brick, etc., I think the water disappeared. But it's very nice snorkeling over it, because you see prehistoric town in plan. It's like if you are able on a terrestrial place to fly over a prehistoric settlement. I think many archaeologists would like to do that over their excavation. So it's very, you can see, you can actually understand the limits of the buildings, which is very, very nice for the people, I mean. So we also have an extended cemetery that surrounded the settlement, but now is partly submerged and partly outside because it's curved in the physical rock. And over this, we also have the traces of an extended quarry on the beach and in the, you see here, This is submerged, okay, in half a meter, okay. Here I come here. In 2011, I first went to the excavation of the F8 of underwater antiquities by the auspices of Mr. Ilias Pondilis with the University of Nottingham. So I went there and I was participating at the excavation. From the beginning, I went there, talking to the people there, to the 300. It's easy to meet them all. It's the smallest municipality. They had many questions about the archaeological site, about what is a prehistoric archaeological site. Most of the time, because they were playing there over Pavlopetri when they were kids. They went there with their parents or fishermen, etc., etc. So they had many questions. One of the questions, the main questions, was after they have seen the documentary of BBC. When you dig there, the archaeologists, will you find the 3-story buildings underneath the sand? So they imagine that they had seen in documentary that it was 2 stories or 3 stories buildings, and they thought that it's under the sand, we will find, I don't know. And I was telling them, listen to me, what you have, the wealth, is what you see. There is nothing underneath. Okay, this is the wealth you have, okay? So this is what I was trying to do. Also, we have a problem. The biggest problem is, of course, that it is in an inhabited area, isolated, nobody is there. Everyone lives in Elafonisos or in another nearby village, but Pavlopetri is totally isolated. There is illegal hunting in the wetland, illegal camping, pollution. There is cars and motorcycles that come there to do races, illegal races, on the sand, okay? Boat anchoring, which is over the buildings of Pavlopetri, might destroy totally some of the buildings. And also use of agricultural pesticides, which is a problem for the wetland, and then for the sea, okay? Of course, we also have a big problem, which is not anthropogenic totally, the coastal erosion and the sea level change, that it's a big project, okay? So, on the term of community engagement, where I worked there since 2011 to now, okay? Now I want to tell you what is community. Because it's not only tourists, it's not only municipalities. Okay, we have municipality of Elafonisos, the smallest municipality in Greece. I told you, it was actively involved in the protection of the archaeological site through local governance and decision-making, mostly also for emotional reasons. They believe it's their ancestors, okay, in a greater. Also, they were involved because it's their territory, and they have a fight with the big municipality of Monemvasia on the inland for this wetland, okay? So Elafonisos municipality says it is our territory since 1920, and so we have to protect Pavlopetri. We have to show ourselves, or the municipality of Monemvasia will take this territory from us. So we have a battle there. That helped the involvement of the local community. The region of Peloponnese, it was engaged in the protection mostly because of the international recognition of the site as the oldest submerged city in Europe. It is not, of course. We also have others. Or the sunken Atlantis. It is not. But we have many documentary films with the name The Sunken Atlantis that show Pavlopetri and talking about the submerged. What is a submerged village? Of course, the Atlantis. Okay. The Natural Environment and Climate Change Agency, it is a public authority responsible for the protection and management of the Natura 2000 area. After we went there in the F8, they also came to for the sand dunes, and that was very good. Non-governmental organization, Arc International, actively involved because they have the problem with the the wider marine area, and they wanted to get rid of the tankers that were in the neighborhood bay. Local tourism professionals based mainly in Viglavia, that means inland, because they were jealous of Elafonisos, that they had many tourists on the island, but on the inland they didn't have, so they were hoping from Pavlo Petri to get more tourists there. Dive center, no dive center existed in the area until 2021. And it's good that it was established by a former student who had participated in the first educational snorkeling tour organized by the F48 of Underwater Antiquities, and I was guiding him when he was a student. And 10 years after, he opened a dive center there. And that was also very emotional for us, and local port authorities that they have to protect. Okay, so this is the municipality of Elafonisos here. They have they established a local fest with the name Pavlopetria. From Pavlopetri, this is the mayor talking to the public broadcast about Pavlopetri, and they also do some for rubbish, you know, ecological, etc., in Pavlopetri. The open days, this was very important with Arts International and the municipality. We made many open days with snorkeling tours. You see here outside or inside, I mean underwater or out of the water. And we had many people and students and all the local people were guided there. The dive center I told you about, now he's helping us there, but he also is bringing people, here you see, in Pavlopetri for snorkeling, of course, only. I told you from the beginning, it's not only snorkeling. Then the prefecture of Peloponnese was involved in this program, Inherit, and they came to us, to the F48, and said, we didn't go there and ask for money. They came to us and said, we have this program and we want Pavlopetri to be the Inheritura place because it is natural and cultural environment together. And this is exactly the Inheritura project. So in the Inheritura project, we made all this management plan for the preservation and promotion of the cultural and natural environment at Pavlopetri. The whole, you see, Pavlopetri is here, but we made the management plan for all this area. These are snorkeling tours, snorkeling trails that we marked with a sign outside on shore with buoys, different colors of buoys here you can see. So that snorkelers go from buoy to buoy, sorry, yeah. And underwater signs to indicate certain buildings. This is when we put it. And this is also for small graves. So this is an aerial picture to see, for example, this building and the underwater sign and the buoy here. And there is also one buoy here. I cannot say, no, I think it's here. So the people that go there can snorkel and can swim over the settlement, and then they can understand, they can read some buildings, and they can play from building to building and from buoy to buoy. And it really works. Okay, so to all this job, for me, this was my guide. The UNESCO Underwater Convention, where it says each state party shall take all practicable measures to raise public awareness regarding the value and significance of underwater cultural heritage and the importance of protecting it. And also all these rules concerning activities and protection and knowledge and enhancement of underwater cultural heritage. And we saw, after all this, the objectives that we have was this, but we saw after all this that it was really important that the people knew what was there, how to protect it, and they were engaged, and they were very happy to show to their friends, to tourists, to everyone, that here we have a very important prehistoric site, and that we have to protect it. And what was very, very, I was very astonished when I came there after we had put the buoys. It was a plus. It was always a plus. Pavlo Petri was always a plus. No, I will say that I don't have it. Okay, here. It's no, we don't see it. It's a plus and a very nice water. Okay. After we put the buoys and the sign, I went back there, and no umbrella was at the place of Pavlo Petri. It was next at the bay. The people were coming there only to visit the archaeological site without having a fence. Only the buoys and the sign was a fence to their mind. It was located. We located that this is archaeological site, and they really, really, really respected it. So this is a very important thing for me, and for implying the convention and the protection. And what we want to do is encourage people to snorkel or dive in this place, only snorkel, visiting the site location, not seeing it in a documentary film, but visit the actual site today and meet the people that live there and meet the natural environment, which was pretty much the same even in prehistory. Understanding the conditions of the shore, of the Cape, etc. Understand the importance of protecting cultural heritage as well as protecting the sea environment in general, because they're very much tied. Understanding climate change and its risk, and this is Atlantis, that whatever you make one day can be under the sea. Okay, this is climate change, and this is the mythos of Atlantis, the real one, that has something to tell us today. And promoting blue economy professions, which is something that we discussed in this conference. So, to my opinion, we cannot achieve protection, preservation of underwater cultural heritage without the public awareness. Public does not include only the tourists, but also the local authorities, fishermen, sailors, boat owners, local market, port authorities, students. Different monuments require different approach. We saw it before also. Different local societies require different approach. And this is what we want to do after, because we also have things to do for the whole area. And this is a picture to show that, of course, whatever we place under the sea, it needs conservation all the time, okay? These tablets, we made them, these signs, we made them, we put them in May, and we take them out in October. But if you go in August, you see this. So we have to go and clean them in August so that the people can see it. So everything under the sea needs more effort, more money, more cleaning, more everything than it goes outside. But it is better because it is under the sea. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Despina, for this very wonderful presentation, especially pointing out the importance of community engagement for sustainability in marine protected areas and cultural heritage. Please, we have one question from the audience.
Yes, well, actually, there are two questions that can be also combined. The first one is, why Pavlo Petri? I mean, I understood the timeline of everything what happened, but really why? For the case of Alonso's, it was a long-term project, okay. Also, there were many gazettes that were mentioned, but why Pavlo Petri? At the end, I missed the why. Yes, over so many other sites that you have. That's the first question. And the second one is based on the storytelling that you told us about the very small municipality and the 300 something people. So this makes it more manageable to inform all these people, all the locals, in order for them also to protect it and be informed. So it's also, let's say, a second pilot, but on a different kind of archaeological site? Or is this a barrier in terms of having very specific actors. I have to use the word stakeholders. I'm sorry, that are involved in one way or another around the site. So it's like a bigger question, but can be also one. Thank you.
Why Pavlo Petri? I tried to tell you in the beginning. It's one of the best submerged prehistoric settlements in the whole Peloponnese, and believe me, I've seen them all. When I say the best, it's a very nice plaza. It's a very extended settlement. You can see roads, buildings, blah 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 blah. It's always clean. There is no flora, underwater flora, that covers the buildings like we have in Messenia and Methoni, etc. The water is always clear, always, because in 2015, I personally did guided tours also in Labagianar Golida. It's another prehistoric settlement where I was digging, okay? Some days, even I, the archaeologist, could not see the buildings. While in Pavlopetri, the water is always clear, always, even with 8x4. It is clear. You can see everything. So it's the most educational, it's the best place to show someone what is a prehistoric settlement. Plus, in 1969, they published the whole thing, okay, without digging, but we have a very good publication that covers everything. Okay, everything that you need to say to people. Okay, scientific, archaeological, of course, it has more things, but to show to the people, it's okay. So this is why Pavlo Petri. So the very small community, okay, Elafonisos and Alonissos have some things in common. Small communities that in the winter they are alone, isolated, and in the summer they have many tourists. Plus, people that are living from fishing. It's also in Elafonisos and Alonissos. They are very difficult people. Very difficult. It's not that because they are only 300. It means that when you go there, everyone says, I was waiting for you. No. You have to be very. You have to live with them a little so that they trust you. But after they trust you, I think that things are very easy because they all helped us. Also in Alonissos and in Elafonisos, they all help. And when you see that, when they see that you love the place, it is something, you know, I told you, in the BBC documentary, you can see the whole BBC documentary, and you don't know that you can go today there and in a very nice place. You don't know that. It's all. It could be in Maldives. It could be in the I don't know, in the planet Mars. Really, this work was for the local people, not for a Pavlo Petri that was in my dreams, but for real Pavlo Petri, which is now there.
Just to ask you, is the local diving center offering guided snorkeling tours in the Pavlo Petri site?
It's not really guided tours the way we do, the archaeologists do. But yes, that person knows everything about Pavlo Petri. He has worked with us also after all these years, also in excavation. But with the he's using the buoys and the signs and the underwater signs to get the people there. I have to say something here. My dream is to see archaeologists' guides for underwater archaeological places. I've tried a lot. If you know someone, I want people to do, but they have to be local, because if you are not there nearby, if you are from Athens, it's 5 hours to go to Pavlo Petri, okay? It's not that someone can call you and tell you, I need a guide tour in Pavlo Petri. If we had some people, local people, it would be great. And it is my dream. Also in Aegina, the same.
Well, we also have another question. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, wonderful talk. Thank you. And I do accept Pavlo Petri is obviously one of the best sites in Greece, the most Bronze Age sites. One of the questions I was going to ask at the beginning, you mentioned about the threats to the site, and obviously a lot of the threats from the people, the anchorage, the impacts, local impacts have been addressed. But I was curious about the climate change impacts and the threats from tides and currents. And there are a couple of questions really. One, you've identified it, just wondered, is that necessary to mitigate? Because has there been, or have there been impacts since that first survey by Nick Fleming in the 1960s? The climate change, what sort of mitigation have you got, or what plans have you got to address climate change in the future, if you have any? And have there been noticeable impacts as a consequence of climate change over the last few decades?
You see here? Thank you, Zafar. So this is the plan, the actual plan of Pavlo Petri. Okay, here you see the 1968 shoreline, this, okay. Okay, this is the 2009 shoreline. It's not even today's shoreline. Today's shoreline is even behind this, okay. We lose the seashore, first of all. Second of all, we have this, okay. This all, you see, all this is a porous stone, which is very, very easy to curve. This is why we have all these, also the graves carved in the porous stone, and also the quarry here, okay? But it is also very weak to the waves. You see here, in some years, this will fall. The roof of the grave will fall because of the current. Okay, some of it is better for this grave to be underwater than to be at the seashore where the wave comes. So we have many problems for the climate change and the erosion. I don't have it here. I'll show you. Okay, these buildings now are not really visible. But we have new buildings here. All the buildings here were covered by the sun in 1968 and were uncovered, and we saw them in 2009. And now we have here also. So after 10 years of being very stressed that I am losing Pavlo Petri in my days there, okay, at the end I said, okay, we will always have Pavlo Petri. It's not, we will lose North Pavlo Petri, we will have South Pavlo Petri. The good thing is it's very big. I know that we cannot defeat the sea. We cannot defeat the sea. We cannot defeat climate change only here. What we really need is a monitoring of the place so that we understand the wave action, because we see that here, this island and the other reef here, we cannot see now, protected the Pavlo Petri, and where it was open, like here and here, open to the action of the wave, nothing was saved. So maybe this could be the key to find a way to reduce the wave action, but we need monitoring for this.
Is there a plan for monitoring?
No, there is no monitoring. This cannot be without, we cannot have monitoring without a big funding. That's the problem. All the other things you saw, it was with the minimum of funding and mostly the means of the effort of underwater antiquities. But for monitoring, we need funding, and it's not because it's not the job of archaeologists, of course. We need other people to do this. So no, we're trying to find funding for this.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the questions. And now I would like to invite Mr. Angelos Manglis for their presentation on better practices for the protection and promotion of accessible underwater cultural heritage, lessons learned and policy challenges in Greece.
Calliope, thank you for the invitation to these wonderful conferences. The organization is very good and the scientific presentations also very challenging. So I would like to present to you better practices for the protection and promotion of accessible underwater cultural heritage and the lessons learned and policy challenges from Greece. And I choose and I prefer better than best because everything can be improved. So what we have learned so far. The heritage cycle of Simon Thurley matters. Protection starts with understanding, and understanding requires access. What else we have learned? Bottom-up initiatives are necessary. Inclusive accessibility is a must, and through innovation we can create greater awareness. Preservation of underwater cultural heritage is non-negotiable and can be improved through accessibility. Accessibility is not the in situ accessibility of snorkelers and divers. Accessibility is that we all want to know. We want to have access to information. And this was not the case in Greece even 6-7 years ago concerning the underwater cultural heritage. Furthermore, preserving and promoting accessible underwater cultural heritage takes a lot of time, great effort, and long-term commitment. Demands close collaboration with the Ministry of Culture, the local regional authority, the local municipality, the local diving centers, the local civil society, and different other public bodies. The international collaboration, like this conference today and the previous days, in this process makes things move forward faster, become more innovative, and achieving a greater impact. We have learned a lot even today of all the previous presentations. The EU funding through EU funding programs is important in this effort. In Greece, in reality, everything started in 2005 with a law that opened the seas to divers. It was forbidden before to dive in Greek waters, and with a provision for accessible underwater cultural heritage sites. And a bottom-up initiative has started in 2006 to make accessible the underwater cultural heritage in 2 islands, Alonissos and Skopelos. You have seen the progress in Alonissos. We are still working, and we are going to work in Alonissos. I mean, we, including the effort, of course, in the next 3 years in order to do all the necessary things that we planned. But still, for example, in Skopelos Island, we have not been able to do a lot of things the last 20 years. We have created a diving center. We had find more wrecks. We have found more wrecks. We created a small knowledge awareness center, but still we haven't been able to study the wrecks as an underwater archaeological community. In addition, the models of protection of underwater cultural heritage through accessibility proved to be popular and capable to be duplicated in several other countries globally. In this conference, we have seen some of this evidence, but we cannot achieve anything without first studying the underwater cultural heritage. We need in Greece more underwater archaeologists, more competent research institutions, more specialized university curricula, and more research projects.
We also need more resources both at the level of Ministry of Culture, because otherwise we cannot supervise all of these research projects. And of course, relevant funding mechanisms. We cannot just demand economic development through tourism in underwater cultural heritage without include the funding of underwater cultural heritage research in EU Horizon research program. This is very important. Then the national and regional funding research programs will follow and will include this subject in their programs. What we have learned so far is that accessibility to underwater cultural heritage must be inclusive for all, divers and not divers, and we can achieve this using the knowledge awareness centers or whatever other relevant initiatives like you do very nicely in Malta. And in a knowledge awareness center, we can use Tableau, we can use video, we can use interactive screens, we use a lot of VR, 3D printing, whatever, and this is very important. More than 4,500 visitors in 2025 visited the Knowledge Awareness Center in Alonissos Island, which has been operating since 2020. Ticket, it was free at the beginning, then rose from €3 in 2024 to €4 in 2025, not 2026, and for this year probably will be risen to 5. And this money goes to the local municipality who have the responsibility of operating the Knowledge Awareness Center. You see here some of the relevant images. Also, what we have learned, and I think this is also the case in Malta, it is not expensive to create a Knowledge Awareness Center. An example is the one in Skopelos Island that created without any budget with the efforts of the local diving center, volunteers, and a very, very, very small program in the past that we have created a VR experience for a modern shipwreck. And you see that we have VR, we have videos, we have information, and also we have activities like this nice picture with the young ladies that they are creating a diving image with recycle from bottles, cups, and putting, and this took the whole summer to be created. So it was a very nice initiative. Now, according to our experience, VR applications are very impactful, very nice. Dry diving system extend the experience to both divers and non-divers. Just to say to you, 50% of the visitors in Knowledge Awareness Center, after they have tried the virtual reality experience, they said that they would like to become divers. Of course, they are not going to become divers, all of them, but you see the impact. 360 video and is even more impactful and economic efficient. We know it from Malta example because you can have at the same time 30 people trying it, and you cannot do this with VR. But it is difficult to measure the impact from serious games. We have developed two with 200,000 downloads, but we cannot measure how impactful is this. AR leaflets are nice, but not as VR, apps, and of course, platforms on the web. More lessons. The success of an accessible underwater cultural heritage site, as Paris has already mentioned, depends also on the level of local tourism infrastructure in the area. If you do not have a tourism infrastructure, if you do not have a diving center, you cannot do it. The richness of the underwater cultural and natural heritage in the area. Very important. And the critical minimum number of sites in the area, to be able to create a destination in touristic terms. Because in the end, the divers are tourists, and you have to attract them in exhibition, you have to attract them abroad, and they will have to travel to Alonissos for a week So just to go for one wreck, they will not do it. So you need to have a thematic subject at least for a week. Active local community engagement is crucial. We know it also from the talk of Despina. Islands like Alonissos and Furni, potentially, are developing much more successfully operating accessible underwater cultural heritage sites than mainland areas like Almiros, for example, a region with agriculture character and without touristic dependency or infrastructure, and Western Attica, which is located around the big urban center of Athens. Even though real-time underwater cameras are rather costly to install and to maintain, they are playing an important role in the protection of underwater cultural heritage, especially in the beginning of a new site. After a few years, their role is diminishing and they can be saved. They can also play a role in studying the natural environment. And we have now initiative with AI to be able to measure all of the fishes there, as well as to contribute nice real-time access to visitor in knowledge awareness centers. This is something that we have been discussing. These cameras are being operated for 6 years continuously without problems. It's the only system globally. They have a robotic arm to clear, of course, any fouling in front of the camera. And now the NUS system, the NUS team, is developing AI software in order to be able the system directly to understand if there is a diver there or not, and if something is being an illegal, let's say, activity is being performed on a site. Now, we have developed even more technologies. If you have the 3D of a site that we have for these sites, we have developed with the effort of underwater antiquities, a technology that you can take just a photo or a very quick video and upload it, and it will automatically compare with the 3D. It can say to you if there is any change in the number of amphoras or if something is missing. Another thing that we know is that underwater signal system, as you have seen, and has enhanced preservation, support information provision, and foster understanding of underwater cultural heritage. You have seen many of these pictures. Now, guided visits by professional divers trained and certified by the Ministry of Culture. Small group sizes, up to 8 people with one dive master per 4 divers. Predefined time slots every 2 hours. A regulated standard point of starting and returning of the diving boats and specific predefined underwater trails are effective in practice and work well, as we have already seen from the speech from Paris. The innovative model for shallow underwater cultural heritage site visited by snorkelers, it has been presented by Despina. It is a different model without the accompaniment of local diving centers, the installation of cameras, the presence of local archaeologists, without a ticket, without a continuous monitoring system, but with the use of underwater science, buoys, and information science land. The divers you see there, they are underwater archaeologists putting the science in the first day. This is far better than what we used to have, and it is much more, it's less expensive, and it can easily be produced in other sites, and we have seen this happening in Greece. On the other hand, we are missing some information because we do not know how many people, what they are doing. And I think Despina has already told so, we must enhance the experience of the visitors with some sort of guided tours there, because we know stories that people went there, they couldn't find even the land, where to start from land, because we have seen the pictures, it is very difficult to go there. But challenges remain. A revision of the visitation framework in accessible underwater cultural heritage sites in Greece must be discussed, as the current model is being sustained by financial resources coming from the regional European Framework of Support Program and this will not be continued in the future. The revision should lead to a more financially efficient model, using more the trained and certified diver professionals from the local diver centers, the usage of innovative technologies for the automated monitoring and reporting of the UCH condition in every dive, financial resources from the local municipality as they receive the income from the Knowledge Awareness Center, as well as counting the income from the tickets to the Ministry of Culture. Practical challenges such as the level of the ticket pricing and payment arrangements of this ticket to the Ministry of Culture also require revision. The current ticket price is €50 per dive to Peristera Rec, and this is high to visitors. We know that from the visitors that they visit the site, they do not have a problem to pay it. But the rest of the people that they do not visit, probably they have a problem. And you know, it's for a family of four, we have all of this, it's €200. And this is only the price. They have to pay, it depends on the of one of the three diving centers, €75 up to 125 per person for the dive. You can make the calculation. And they are obliged to do another dive prior of this because they are coming for the first time. The diving center, they do not know if they are good divers, if they have good buoyancy, if they are not going to hit the amphoras. So it's they are not tourists, they are heroes, the people that are coming to dive there. We must see, I think, this also, and have a ticket that is much more inclusive. Finally, underwater cultural heritage sites must be marked on nautical maps. Both ancient and historic shipwrecks declared as monuments, as well as shallow sites. All the restrictions for boats and fishermen must be declared on the maps. It is forbidden to fish on these sites. And you have seen the numbers that we are having. And in the monuments, there is a circle of 300 meters that it is forbidden to fish. We know that people are fishing there, especially in the modern shipwrecks, and they are creating damages. You can imagine how the gain to marine life, if we really protect the marine life and at the same time the cultural heritage. We have a unique opportunity to Greece to protect at the same time both the underwater, cultural, and natural heritage at the same time. Maritime spatial planning must, and in the above way, can also take underwater cultural heritage into consideration. Today, it is not taking UCH into consideration. Bureaucratic constraints, such as licensing procedures for the installation of signals and mooring buoys, as well as for renewable energy infrastructure near the accessible underwater cultural heritage sites, need to be addressed and lifted. If we claim ownership on the maps of these sites as Ministry of Culture, then we can make a minor legislative change and be able to put the buoys and the signs and whatever we need in order to protect them. Finally, we must ensure a more participated role of the diving centers and the diving community in Greece in the protection, accessibility, and declaration of UCH sites. Why I'm saying this? Because we know that because it was forbidden up to 2005 to dive in Greek waters due to the need to protect the underwater cultural heritage sites, this community has second thoughts concerning the underwater archaeologists in Greece. And this is something that we have to change it. Finally, underwater cultural heritage belongs to all. This is very important. Belongs to all, not only to the archaeologists. the sustainable and inclusive access. And when I'm saying access, it's access to information, access to knowledge, access to awareness, can contribute to the protection of UCH. Thanks God, we are going to have also the new museum in Piraeus. Creation of awareness of local communities leads to interest for their heritage and, of course, to protection. And underwater cultural and natural heritage are closely connected. I believe that every time that we are going to make a small ministerial decision or something in law concerning the underwater cultural heritage, we should also mention ways to protect and preserve the natural heritage, because it is much more important underwater than on land. And because we are coming with the land mindset, we are losing this. Finally, I would like to thank the underwater and archaeological community in Greece for the accepting and helping me in this journey, and especially the Hellenic Institute of Maritime Archaeology and the effort of underwater antiquities. Thank you for the bottom of my heart. To be continued.
Thank you very much for your presentation and discussing on issues about better practices that involve policy making. Do we have any other questions? Do we have any questions from the audience?
Thank you. Sometimes when I listen to you speak, I think I'm listening to myself, but which is a good thing, I hope. So, with everything you mentioned, I think one of our colleagues mentioned sites on a case-by-case basis, but also nations on a case-by-case basis. Because I think what is very clear in Greece is the geographical distance. So to travel 5 hours, to do one dive, which is going to cost you 150 euros, etc. But on the other hand, that could also be an advantage. Now, the truth must lie somewhere in between, because if you make the price €5, you're going to have 5,000 people diving it. Can the site really take 5,000 people? Because the more divers go, the more probability of people without buoyancy, etc. So what do you think about the balance and studies towards the ideal number, for example?
I think you are right. It cannot be very 5. But let's say it can be maybe 25. Why 25? Because to visit Acropolis or the Acropolis Museum is 25. I don't know if there is any site in Europe or archaeological museum, archaeological site with a price like this. And because we are going to open in the next, this year, more ancient wrecks in Alonissos, like Fagru and Scanjura and others, we have put their cameras. I think that a new policy must be addressed, maybe one ticket for everything or per site. 50 euros, I think it's a little too much.
Especially when you don't know how much the dive school is going to charge. So, and I'm not saying that this is the best model, but the ticket price in the Heritage Malta system is one price. So let's say you are visiting a World War II wreck, the price is 15. The dive school gets €4 commission. It's all based on a credit system. But the dive school makes money on selling the gases, the boat, the weights, etc. So, but that would involve, the effort, dealing and agreeing with dive schools.
Dimitris?
Just concerning the price. It's exactly what I was saying before. It's the first time, it's not the first time Now, there is for years now that we are talking about accessibility of the underwater cultural heritage, and we relate it with economic matters. And that is really, for us archaeologists, I think it's something quite difficult to accept. I can say one thing. Why couldn't the Ministry of Culture, especially in Greece, giving accessibility to underwater archaeological site, it gives in the same time a profit to certain private societies, such as the diving centers, because they are specific, the diving centers, that they have to take the divers and dive them. I cannot imagine that a privilege that have the diving centers, especially in Alonisos, must be really reduced to something ridiculous to the price, because they need to have more profit. Because that is the reason. Why the dive centers, they're not putting down their own prices? Why that? Why must be the Ministry of Culture who's going to put down the price and not the diving centers? I can.
The
I
local.
don't know why it must be that.
Yes, just to the local diving centers, they are having different pricing policies. They start. They are three from 75, 85 to 125. So they do not have a common policy. It depends on the distance from the site, the locality. Also, the local diving center, as you know, they support the work of the local archaeologists in general, and they support it in a number of means. In order to further reduce the ticket, it has to do with the numbers. A lot of time we combine the dives on the site. I mean, from one, we gather the tourists from the different diving center to go together in order to have economic of scale. Because also in Alonisos, everything is expensive. The price of gasoline is 210 euros per liter, just to mention something. So it is not very easy. And also it is very, very difficult for a worker to find a place to stay during the summer. I mean, we have to use only local people because they do not have a place to sleep. So there are problems and we are trying to address them.
Thank you very much. I think this is the time to finish our session for now, but we have coffee. We have
Yeah.
a coffee break, so congratulations. Yes, please, Jafar, the details for the time.
We have a coffee break for 15 minutes, and I would like to remind you to sign for the excursion tomorrow. And we have found a fancy pen and headphones.
about if, to know if a site is really can be accessible or not. The second question that really was, I was really surprised, and I think that is going to be for the future crucial, is exactly what Marsha was saying about the pollution of recent tracks. And once more, Malta had made a step. What? No. I think that Malta was made also a very great step to that really crucial question about recent shipwrecks and pollution. A lot of them that we are visiting, that they are accessible to divers, they are really polluting bombs. And probably next year, with the erosion, with all these problems, that is going to be crucial, not only for divers, but also for the shore and all the other close by these shipwrecks areas. So I think that question is really very important for the future.
Somebody would like to react? Do you have ideas you would like to discuss these questions? Or you would like, yes, of course.
So first of all, thank you. We'll take the compliment. But with regard to potentially polluting wrecks, there is a project that has just been brought to its conclusion, sponsored by the Lloyd's Foundation, called Project Tarangaroa. Okay, and that basically was a network with three workshops. I know it's different to what us archaeologists are used to, etc. But this brings me to one of the 2 points that I wanted to make anyway. One is the days of the big INA excavations, 6 years, 6 months, 8 years, building camps. I'm sorry to say it, but and I'm really not a party pooper, but those days are over. These keeping in mind things like potentially polluting wrecks, the marine life, etc., are important in their own right, but they also elevate the nature of the work of underwater culture, underwater heritage management. So especially to the new generations, do keep that in mind. And it brings me to my second point. I know that the focus of this conference was on accessibility, understanding, the understanding of accessibility as divers going on the site, digital, yes, that's the obvious. But there is another underlying notion of accessibility, which is the accessibility of data. So I think Maya's presentation showed that we generate a lot of data, which is good for museum, it's good for archaeology, etc. But it is also very, very important for a multitude of disciplines. So making our data accessible, obviously trying to get something back from the marine biologist from exit is very, very crucial. And the gentleman there, mentioned sharing things like approaches to 360 and making our effort. So if like the excavation of the Ron is for me sort of such an exceptional, then they bring that to the table. We are doing Rec Life, we bring that to the table. So accessibility is not just making our subject, but also within our community, making our expertise accessible to each other.
Can I just respond to that? But actually respond quite well because it fits into the point I was going to make, so we can get around here quite quickly. And that is being that we have a resource that is not an is a a resource which is limited. It'll decay. It'll get lost. It is part of our, as was outlined by Edward at the beginning. And it's a cultural asset that can tell us about the evolution of peoples, the evolution of communities, dispersal of communities around the globe. It's very important in many ways to sort of help as a social cohesion potentially within the concepts of UNESCO. That's all well and good. That's where it's been. Now we're starting to look, as you've been outlining, as everyone has here, the value of the underwater cultural heritage to help us understand the oceans as a resource, as a significant artificial reefs, etc., which puts them sort of out of bounds. And I think following on from your point about not having these big excavations in the future, I mean, as maritime archaeologists, in a way, we're taking quite a turn, and the whole industry is, or discipline, let's say, is potentially changing. So the question is there going to be space in the future to carry on doing maritime archaeology like we have? Are we going to be able to access those shipwrecks to get that information that is going to be invariably lost, or it's not being renewed? Or do we have to accept we've now got to move on and we've got enough data about our past? I'm not sure you can answer that.
Very good point. You would like to take the floor? Don't hesitate at any moment. Yes, please.
I mean, I think there will be maritime archaeology and there will be still things to be found. And I think there was a discussion, I don't remember with whom we were having it, migrant boats being sunken today, which is part of the history of the Mediterranean, unfortunately. And in some way, these have to be recorded and to be told because it's a part of our history of the Mediterranean. So I think, yes, the scale and the subjects will be shifted, but there will be for sure something for people with this expertise to look into, I think. I mean, history is not stopping with us. I mean, let's hope the world will continue.
No, I agree. Those sort of social questions, those human questions are really quite, very significant and say as an irreplaceable resource and so on. But it does come to say that at what point is there a transition between those as being sort of cultural assets to being part of the natural environment and therefore beyond the reach? And I think there's a balance in these questions that is turning more towards the sort of, like I said, the natural environment than the human environment in some quarters.
I think, I don't know if it's like a either or option, right? Like, I think they can exist together. And so the future of maritime archaeology, as I see it, is engaged in interdisciplinary research because, we may be trained in how a shipwreck is built or how an aircraft is built or whatever it is that we focus on. But our questions when it comes to the management and preservation of this type of heritage is much bigger than a maritime archaeology question. And it involves economists, it involves chemists, it involves biologists, it involves a lot of different fields. And so I've even had to kind of retrain my brain that I'm not a jack of all trades or a Jill of all trades. I can't do it all. And also the questions I ask now are very different than the questions I first started asking. And I realized that I can't answer those questions alone. I need a team of interdisciplinary folks. I need students who can take oral histories and understand how to work in a community and build trust. I need to have a chemist who understands corrosion. I need a biologist to train those models. So I feel like it's our field is expanding in a very exciting way, and I'm super excited about the different technologies and seeing tourism and economists in the room and divers, advocates of underwater cultural heritage who are avocational. So for me, it's a very exciting future, and I don't see it really as we have to give up something to get something else or a trade in. I see it as just a bigger development of our field.
Yes, no, I agree. And well, I think someone else probably going to add a point, but I think the prioritization that Maya mentioned and then prioritizing where you need to go, what's most significant within that point in time, and then maybe mitigating accordingly. But no, sorry, I'll carry on, let the panel continue.
I think I'm going 20 minutes back in time. I'm sorry. I'm actually going to comment on what Gary brought up about the way that perhaps the discipline is going through this fundamental change, and are we not going to be doing the big sort of, glamorous award-winning excavations anymore? And I do agree with that. I think the discipline is going through this massive kind of change that we really need to consider and where we're going to be going in the future. But what I also think about is that a lot of the big kind of excavations I think about in the past, like Mary Rose, which was on a national scale. I think about Ulebrun kind of characterizing INA. Those were also happening when there was a whole lot of money sloshing around, when economies at the national and the regional scale were very, very strong and resilient, and now they're not. And so I think there's something also to be considered, that perhaps there's going to come a point when these economic issues come back and things are going to be better. And I think we could find that these big excavations do start happening again because we have the money, the people, the resources, so on and so forth.
Thank you
From
very
my
much.
part, I will focus on inclusion and accessibility. Accessibility and inclusion. Accessibility, physical accessibility, and also accessibility to the information, of all kind of information, from the big data that we don't know how to manage yet, and also for the information we need to give to the visitors of the CAC or of the site. Inclusion for the divers and the not divers. And what was impressive these 3 days was that we get familiar with many different ways of making accessible physically or mentally on the level of information these sites. I think that this is important and it's something new. I mean that some 10 years before, we haven't so many sites open and approachable for such a different public.
Actually, I would like to continue with this because this is my point. And when we started this conference, we wanted to talk about open accessibility. And during these 3 days, we saw that internationally we're in different levels of development. There are countries that they want to start accessibility and open sites to the public. And there are countries that they have reached a level where actually we have seen important anthropological impacts, natural impacts. I'm not going to go in details because you all know what I mean. And now we're in a more critical thinking of how accessible the site should be, when and where is our role now and our responsibility for all the effort that we have done, the legislation that we changed, the mentalities that we changed all these years. And I'm very positive that also technology and the new way, the new strategies that we have implemented, and I think that all of you have given to the table many new elements, are going to transform the whole picture in the future.
No, I agree. But not only to stress, I want only to stress that we have seen that the attitude to close that we have in the past and to sometimes to sanctuarization, sanctuarization in English. Sacralization, probably. Sacralization of site could be a problem. It could lead to die a site. We see this in some example in Spain, but we have all a lot of example of this kind of protection that will finish to kill the site because the people are start to be far from the site. The sites are not at the heart of the territory. They are not at the heart of a local population, and so it could be a problem, not a protection for an archaeological site. This is new also. I think that before we believe that we have only to close and to protect and not to touch, especially not to touch.
What can I say? I agree with all what you said. We are really, we have made the progress, but I don't forget that 20 years before, in the early 2010, when we were discussing this in Greece, I was hearing from many sides that, and I'm answering to you, that it's not the work of the enhancement of shipwrecks, accessibility of shipwrecks. It's not the work for archaeologists. It's a work for managers. So, what? No, it was not a work for managers. It was a work for scientists, archaeologists, biologists, and now in this Congress it is proven. This is proven. And to my opinion, the UNESCO Convention of 2001 for the underwater cultural heritage is very crucial to this, because it sees the underwater cultural heritage as a scientific subject and not as, I don't know, economical or something. Okay, some people were naive. They believe that from a shipwreck you can make a fortune. I don't know, only if you sell the shipwreck. You can make not a fortune, but they take some money. It's not. It's good that the countries that have a big progress, it's France, Greece, Malta. That means countries that have a public service or a university, public university, that is occupied with a scientific way, with the archaeological sites and underwater cultural heritage in general. So this we have to keep in mind, because I think that we will hear again in some years, not now, but in some years again, if we open more sites, etc., some people will also think, maybe there is profit there. So let's discuss again about the managers. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Though I think that there is not such a big controversy between us because we are all managers, even if we don't want to. No, it's not true. We're managing our sites, all of us, or we have to. Yes, I understood your point at the end. And we do have business plans in how to open the sites because there is nothing else to be done. And in this business plan, we have impacts and we have nature-based solutions and we have all the parameters to open them in a correct way. So, yeah, but I understood your point at the end. Okay, thank you very much.
It's going to be the last time I hold the microphone. I promise, I promise. Even in dinner, I'll keep quiet. Okay. So, two things. Please don't miss. When I said the days of big excavations are over, it doesn't mean that I'm not saying excavations shouldn't happen at all. For the life of me, we have to continue excavating. We have to continue training future generations. So please, I wanted to make that clear. One other thing that I would like to point out is the buzzword, or one of the big buzzwords of ocean decades, is ocean literacy. And if you look up what the definition of ocean literacy is, understanding the impact of humans on the oceans, and what better subject is positioned to promote ocean literacy. And I think it is a big asset that our community can use to, again, bolster our standing in places like the Ocean Decade, when it was first conceptualized. Thankfully, some of our colleagues fought to have and now, this concept has come up that nobody is better positioned, because we have the history of humans using the ocean, we have the ecology, we have learning about chemistry, etc. No other subject can be as multidisciplinary. no? Zip.
So
Yeah,
inspiring
so
and engaging.
I have a remark and a question from maybe a more student perspective. Um, you you are living this change of a greater place of the importance of valorization and mediation and public outreach, and I suppose this take a lot of time, a lot of work. And is it a huge part of your job? And do you feel like you have maybe less time for more purely scientific work, and maybe you don't have time to do all what you want to do? Or yeah, so that's my question.
I think now it's going to be a competition who is going
think
to
I'm not
reply
the
first.
best example. We want to, okay. So just to answer you, when you work for a state or for a collectivity, etc., and you work with public funds, it is an obligation, in fact, to share your discoveries and the result of your research with the public. And we talk about accessibility, dissemination, etc., but we no nobody use the term education. And in fact, education is very important because if you do some education with children, and of course with parents, after that there will be a more sensibility to protect, to know, and there is we say that we better protect what we know. So it is very important, and for me, the term is education, and it is a necessity to share our. Even if it is, yes, when you do a great excavation and we have to do dissemination, etc., it's a huge part. It's difficult to do both, but it is a necessity, in fact.
It depends, to answer to your specific question, I think it depends a lot of your job, of your post, your position. But of course, it's a part of the job for every one of us, I think. But if you are in the university, or you are in the museum, or you are in the state departments, it can have some different percentage of your day.
Could I just respond to that? So sorry. Yes, I just wanted to respond to that slightly. As an NGO, from the NGO, accredited NGOs, in many ways, we don't have any sort of core funding behind us. We're not an institution, so there's no sort of research directed per se. So we have to respond by being relevant to society, to communities. So education outreach is so key to that. But we have to, if we find that no one's listening or people aren't interested, then there's no reason for us to exist, and we wouldn't. So the NGOs, we're very much dependent on talking and engaging and working with people. And that element of the industry going forward as a student is, one wants to get involved in that aspect. Those are sort of routes one might look down.
Thank you, Gary. Yes, I'm good. Sabrina or Sven, I don't know if you have already shared your thoughts. Yes? Sven? No, I mean, your thoughts or your question, your research questions?
No, I have a question for our Greek colleague, especially from the FOAs. What do you think? What will be the wish or the political goals for the FOAs to considering the opening sites? I mean, not park, but just the opening site to the public. What would be the number of sites the FOA wish to open, I don't know, in the 5 or 10 or 15 years? You have so many shallow sites who could be opened. En français? What's the en français? Alors quel serait alors comme souhait ou comme but de l'EFORI, le nombre de sites que vous souhaiteriez ouvrir à un public je ne sais pas, dans les 5, 10, 15 ans.
I will answer with a question to Timmy. When you are going to retire? Don't
9
answer.
years.
You don't
Nine-
have to
9 years
answer.
left.
No. Well, it's not easy to answer. I think that's why I'm thinking that the question of the criteria it's really crucial because we mustn't enter to the idea that the number of accessible sites is in relation with what the tourism or the economy of an area needs. It's completely different. I am really I know that I think that it's necessary to put in front the archaeology, the research, and that it's going to tell us if a site must be open or not. So we have a first step of research, and afterwards, the archaeologists, the researchers, will decide if it's necessary or not to give access to the site. And that is what the conventions say. It's clear in the convention, it's completely clear that the scientists will decide if a site can be open or not. And so I think we don't have to discuss about that. And we mustn't discuss as archaeologists.
But I mean, into the, sorry.
I am not anymore actively involved in that, but I told that we have to put criteria because first of all, we need to know as archaeologists if we would like, from the point of view of information of the importance of an asset, of a cultural asset, to open, to make a site accessible in different ways. Then we need to know if the asset is um, won't be destroyed by accessibility. We need to be sure that it's safe for the asset. Then, in my opinion, because everything we are doing in the cultural heritage, at least in Greece, they are related to the communities, local communities, and they are related also to the financial activity. Not expressively, not immediately, but you have an activity all around the sites. So, I mean, for the terrestrial sites, I'm speaking now. So, we have to, if we open something to the public, we should think before if it's enough in order to make a tourist destination to open one shipwreck, or you would need 5 shipwrecks. You should know that from the beginning. And that's what, if it would be, I don't believe that we should open everything. That's my opinion. My opinion is that we should choose 3 to 5 areas where we could open archaeological sites or historical sites. Some of them are under preparation for the moment, but without having discussed all this. That's the problem. We need to discuss all this because when we began to dealing with Peristera and the other sides of Pagasetic Gulf that till now they are preparing, the decisions were made without having discussing all these aspects. It was a decision very romantic, let's say, and we need to take into consideration, even if because we demand somebody to accompany the divers. We don't permit dives, not non-guided dives. So who is going to accompany the diving centers? If we need this cooperation with diving centers, we need to be sure that we won't open a wreck that is so far away from the shore that nobody will access there from a practical point of view. So we need to discuss all these matters.
I mean, in the last precision way. I mean, it's a choice of one of you, one of the archaeologists of the FORI, or it's a politic choice.
Yes. So it's not a one-man show. No.
Okay, sorry, mine is very quick. I'm also going to go back in time a little bit, but I'm a master's student at Texas A&M, so this is regarding how it's changing, the field is changing. So every day I go to class and I walk past the Aina Hall of Fame, right? And I'm taught by the people who excavated the Ulubun and all these amazing shipwrecks. So I wanted to say, from a student perspective, it definitely feels like the field is changing, but I think in a very, very positive way, because it's also, I have a lot of gratitude for being able to be a master's student early in my education and come here and talk about how accessibility in data, but also in all of the ways you talked about, is such a privilege for a lot of places and a lot of students and a lot of people and countries. So it's been wonderful to see how much work you are all putting into making the world a better place and also making it a more shared and accessible place and helping people reclaim a lot of their heritage.
Thank you very much. And you are the new generation that you are going to continue all this. Actually, you are doing all the work now. I'm going now to give the floor to Jennifer, and then we're going to close.
Okay. Calliope has run an amazing conference and she's given me an assignment and I will follow it. I wanted to just mention something about a topic that has been touched on by a few papers here related to intangible cultural heritage. It's not necessarily something I spoke about, but it is something that I have been doing research on working in the Pacific. And a couple of the papers that were presented, the one on Concha with Portugal, and then Rosabella Boswell's on the Western Indian Ocean, talked about how traditional communities, indigenous communities with maritime practices that are tied to the coast and this underwater cultural heritage that exists that they still have a connection to are also at risk. Just like we're worried that our shipwrecks are going to, go away, so are some of these maritime cultural practices and the associated intangible and tangible heritage that is in the oceans. And when I think about something like that, as an example, the collection of coral to produce medicine for traditional healing, or the collection of seaweed or kelp for the production of food. So, one of the things that worries me, I think about at night is that, climate change is going to be a real key factor that we're going to have to kind of monitor because it can be an impact for these types of sites. Because if people are navigating the ocean by a species and all of a sudden that species is moving north or south because the ocean, temperature is changing, we're going to see some real loss around that type of heritage. In addition to our shipwrecks and our aircraft and our submerged cities. So I just wanted to bring that up because it is an important part. We are also losing that cultural connection to the ocean because of brain drain and people moving away from the coast and not undertaking those special practices. So if there's any comments about how we can record that information and also maybe utilize it in terms of inclusion, accessibility, and the different ways in which people are actually using the ocean or have used it in the past and may want to resurrect those traditions like the whale boats that are in the warehouse. That's something I just wanted to comment on, see if anybody had any thoughts.
Not directly to what you are saying, but it's relevant. I think the greater impact it will come from artificial intelligence to the discipline of underwater archaeology. Everything they are going to be digitalized. We are going to have digital twins. Already is happening. We are going to have access to these databases. They are going to be, let's say, connected. And with the AI agents, we are going to, again, research all of the findings that we have in the past. And this is going to give to Timmy the new questions that he needs to answer when he's going underwater, because we are going to have, by the end of this decade, very soon, a totally different knowledge about all of the things that we know concerning underwater archaeology. Are going to change. I don't know if you have any comments on it. And this is prior of the climate change. This is now.
So thank you very much, all of you. I know that it was not a lot of time of discussion, but the apero will wait for us to continue all the discussions. So first of all, thank you very much to all your sharing of thoughts and all the ideas. And thank you very much. Now, I'm not very good at speeches, so if you can please, this panel will go. I'm sorry. We are going to go a little bit faster because I think they are going to close the cube, they are going to close the university, they are going to close us inside. Thank you very much, all of you. And now, everybody stays 3 minutes. You'll see, I will spare you all speeches. So the moment has come now to thank everybody. I'm going to start with the University, Saint-Camille-Julien, and the Institute of Archaea for the institutional part, and most of the colleagues are here. And for this conference, I would like first to thank the technical team that they were so nice, so patient with us. Very much. The conference was organized by the chair of Aix-Marseille University and the Unity Chair for Underwater Archaeology. I'm very happy that so many colleagues and students joined us. And I want to thank all of you for so rich and inspiring papers. I'm also very grateful because you have given all this knowledge and new ideas to the students. And you have come from so far away. It's really an international conference. And I'm really very, very grateful for you. So thank you very, very much. Now, the thanks goes first, now the team. First, I must indebted to the team, but mostly I'm proud. So I'm going to start with Jafar Anbar, that he was... He goes behind all your emails. He knows all your personal details and all your dietary, all your personal life is there with him. Exactly. At the point, you'll have to pay for it. Second, so all these months, he was behind the organization of the conference. This week, it was Jordi Moyes that he organized the students together with Judith. Where's Judith? Judith, come here. Judith and Laetitia. And Laetitia Cavassa, that helped us so much for everything. Thank you very, very much. And the very, very big thanks comes to you, to the team, that you are really amazing. Everybody already, I think, congratulate you. You did a great job. Thank you so much. So, and now we're waiting all of you to the, we'll start 7:30 with an apéro when you arrive to the brasserie, and at 8 o'clock, the dinner will be served. Oh, where? And,
So on the program, you have the link to the
It was a
Huh?
joke. We'll send an email
No, it's
now.
not.
It's in the Rotonde. The restaurant is Le Sintra. We'll send an email with the exact address. And we'll meet there from
This is not
7:30
going to
onwards.
happen.
Yes.
Who is going to send the email?
You will.
I cannot. No, really, I cannot send the email. So, if you want, just go to the program, find the directions. It's just one click, and it will go directly to your Google Map. If you have a problem, we are here, and you can ask us directly.
Tomorrow, yes, tomorrow, 9:30 in the Rotonde, in front of the statue of Cézanne, that now you all know. The bus, our bus, will leave for Cape Cosquer. If you are having a flight during the day, you can also have your luggage with you. They will go to stay. Okay, well, I'm going to update this information, okay? But in any case, 9:30, the excursion, we're leaving, the bus will leave 9:30 from the Rotonde, okay? And we have an appointment to Kafkosker. They are waiting for us to start the visit, and then the visit to the interpretation center, okay? Thank you all very much. See you in a while for the apero. Thank you.
And please, for who is participating in the excursion tomorrow, please don't forget